And so right now, we don't have any virtual attendees, really public. We do have Manny, Art, and Jeff who are here virtually. My name is Daniel Lusk. I'm the Habitat Program Manager for the Mexico Department of Game and Fish. To start us off, we're going to do a CSE roll call. So let's start with Mark Matane. If you want to know, just if you're here. And then maybe if you want to talk a little bit about yourself.
Okay, Mark Benny. Within the Pueblo, northwest part of the state. That's enough for the moment.
All right, thank you. We've got Mark Cadwalder.
I'm here, and I'm retired Forest Service, Southeast area rep.
Thanks, Mark. And Ron Loman.
Ron Lohman, I'm a conservation chairman for New Mexico Trout, and yeah, I'm just work in the Jemez Mountains a lot for a conservation project.
Thank you. Got Lee Vaughn.
Yeah, Lee Baum, I'm a at-large member of a retired Game and Fish. Long time ago.
We got John Pierce.
From Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I'm just a hunting and fishing public.
Jimmy Kane.
Jimmy Kane from Las Cruces, New Mexico Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit.
We got Jeff Arterburn.
Yeah, good morning. I'm with Trout Unlimited in southern New Mexico, although I'm not there today, so I wish I was.
And then we got Art Ballmer.
Art Vollmer with Trout Unlimited and up Santa Fe.
And Manny Lesperance.
Manny Lesperance, I'm retired from Los Alamos National Laboratory in Santa Fe.
Thank you all. So we've got all CSE members in attendance today. We definitely have a forum. Although we're not intending to have any formal votes on anything, if something comes up, you guys could take a vote and take action on things. We do have a lot of other folks who are here and present for the meeting, so let's go ahead and do a brief introduction. We can start with Caitlin.
I'm Caitlin Rule, our Wildlife Habitat Restoration Coordinator for Game and Fish.
Sam,
Samantha Ferguson, the Fish Habitat Coordinator for New Mexico Game and Fish.
and maybe if we start there and go to your.
Good morning, Juan Gamon, Supervisory Range Program here in Las Cruces, BLM. Cody Howard, Wildlife Biologist, Las Cruces District Office of the BLM.
Lucas Castro, BLM Wildlife Biologist.
Jennifer DeAnnabelle, I'm the Southwest Habitat Biologist for Game and Fish, based out of here in Las Cruces.
Brock Lorenzen, Habitat Biologist out of Santa Fe for New Mexico Game and Fish.
Morning, everybody. I'm Mike Rule. I'm an Assistant Chief in the Fisheries Management Division with Game and Fish. And I am here because this is Sam Ferguson's last week of work with the department, which is very sad. Sam's a phenomenal employee. She's done a great job coordinating fish habitat projects in the short time the positions existed, and I'll be taking over some of the responsibility. So thanks for what you've done, Sam. Wish you weren't leaving.
David F., retired wildlife biologist, former CHC member, Mayo.
All right, we have a couple of virtual attendants who joined in. Let's start with Isidro Varela.
Good morning, I'm Isidro Varela. I'm a wildlife biologist for the Rio Puerco Field Office for BLM.
Thank you. And we've got Jerry Monzingo from the Gila National Forest.
Morning, everybody. Jerry Monzingo, Wildlife Fish Rare Plant Program Manager for the Gila.
Thanks, Jerry. Then we've got Kathy McKim from Pheasants Forever.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kathy McKim. I'm the coordinating wildlife biologist with Pheasants Forever Intermountain West Joint Venture and the BLM. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got Stephanie Herbert from the BLM.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Herbert. I'm the acting wildlife biologist for BLM New Mexico. Nice to see you all again.
We've got Sage Dunn from the BLM. Hey, Sage, if you want to just introduce yourself and say hi to the group.
Hi there, sorry about that. This is Sage Dunn. I'm the Fisheries and Aquatic Habitat Biologist at the Taos Field Office, BLM. I've also got a couple other biologists here in the room. They'll introduce themselves.
I'm Susan Horton. I'm the wildlife biologist.
And Claire McLean, fisheries biologist as well.
Thanks. Then we've got Tim Fry.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tim Fry. I'm the Fisheries and Aquatic Habitat Specialist here in the Las Cruces District Office.
All right, thanks, Tim. So just as a reminder for everyone, the intention of today's meeting is to present this year's project opportunities to the public and to the CAC. There won't be any voting that takes place as far as prioritization today. The intention is just to give you all information about this year's projects, allow for some time for questions and answers, like while we have the biologists present. While some of the biologists are not present right now, they will be joining in at the time that their presentations take place. So we'll introduce them at the proper time so they show up. Just to give a quick update on currently funded projects, from last year, we were able to tackle a total of 5 projects with the funding that we had available. Those were LaBelle Creek, Black Mesa, Camacho Landscape, Rio Bonito, and the Taos Netwire projects. Some of them fell out for various reasons. So Whitewater Creek, the compliance portion that we all voted on last year, they decided to tackle that in-house. So it just fell off because funding wasn't necessary to go that direction. There was another couple projects on the Gila that fell out for various staffing issues. So the Hidden Barrel project and one other one that was over there, but those just couldn't occur. So anyways, all projects are completed with the exception of Taos Netwire and Rio Bonito. Taos Netwire is happening right now. Rio Bonito will take place in August. We'll have a more formal update as far as like funding breakdowns, what the actual status of all those projects were, but just as a quick update on where we're at with last year's projects. For this year, we're gonna kind of break things up and have different presenters for each project. We have a total of 12 to go through, and we're gonna start with the Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Project. Unless there's any questions from the CAC or the public, we're just gonna go ahead and get this started. We're all good? Okay, let me open up the presentation here. Okay, I think we're all set up. So we were gonna have Danica Cook from Roswell BLM be present for this project to also help with the presentation. She's on fire assignment. It was called out last name. So she won't be in this case, if you want to take this way.
Yep. So you'll notice that this year we are presenting wildlife habitat connectivity. We're actually presenting 3 projects all together, where in the past we've kind of tackled these separately. You know, I think one obvious reason for this is at the end of the day, you know, we have the same rationale behind each project. We see them as equally important. So that's also why we kind of have them packaged together in one presentation. And also, if we were to accomplish all of these, it would address distributing the benefit across different parts of New Mexico. And in the past, like I said, they've been presented and kind of ranked separately. We can rank them separately this year as well, but we could also explore ranking them as one package too. So keep that in mind as we talk through all this. These are going to be the contacts for each project. If after today you have further questions from Game and Fish and BLM. So the main challenge we're trying to address is the fact that fences impact landscape connectivity for wildlife. Our goal is to increase landscape permeability by converting net wire and non-wildlife friendly fence to wildlife friendly fence. Wildlife is going to do a better job and more efficient job of utilizing their resources if they're completely free to move across the landscape. And they're making decisions to meet their life requirements on different timescales. over a period of a day, a season, and a year. And net wire interferes with their ability to move. It can limit access to different habitats. It can create barriers to different habitats. And just generally makes life a little bit harder for wildlife than maybe it has to be. So in addition to its impact on animals broadly, should just let you watch the video. There's also a disruption for juveniles in particular with net wire. And you notice there that while all the adult does jumped over the fence, the younger deer had to cross one of the lower wires, and that was actually like, this video is taken in March. So it's a 10-month-old animal. So net wire can separate young from their mothers. Real quick, just to kind of run over our issues with net wire, non-wildlife friendly fence. They impact wildlife movements, limit access to habitat. They do pose an entanglement threat, can cause direct mortality, and also risk separation of young from their mothers. There's really broad support for this restoration action throughout the conservation community, as well as in the scientific literature. And it's talked about in the Secretarial Order 3362 from the Department of the Interior, which directs states and DOI agencies to improve habitat quality in western big game winter range and migration corridors. And we have a New Mexico State Action Plan that has stemmed from this secretarial order that repeatedly touches on conversion of net wire non-wildlife friendly fence to wildlife friendly fence as an important restoration action. Sure. I think, one cool thing about these projects, kind of their track record and their potential, is that there's a really collaborative history and trajectory to all of them. What's been accomplished to date has only reached the scale it has because there's dozens of organizations involved in this work across the Taos and Macho landscapes. And we have that same potential in Las Cruces for all of these different groups to come to the table, extend the impact, and kind of compound the benefit together, improving the landscape more quickly. Net wire can be especially disruptive for pronghorn as well, who tend to prefer going under fences as opposed to jumping over. So I do want to talk a little bit specifically about each area. There's a lot of history in the Macho landscape, which is northwest of Roswell. The department has translocated 188 pronghorn there since 2014. The landscape represents an important unfragmented area in southeast New Mexico, and I mean unfragmented in terms of development. There's been a ton of work done here thus far. There's been 144 miles of fence converted since 2012 and 85 of those since 2018, yet there remains a huge quantity of work to be done. The New Mexico State Action Plan that I talked about earlier, the southeastern area is recognized as priority #1 for places to do habitat restoration work to improve habitat quality and movement corridors for animals. Talk a little bit about some other organizations contributing money here. The Pecos District BLM has received $1 million from their bipartisan infrastructure law to go towards fence work in the next 2 years. So, there's potential for whatever money gets spent through Habitat Stamp to be amplified by this. So on the right, you just have that red outline, shows you the area I'm talking about, the Macho landscape, with the left being more specifically where we think we could put money on the ground next year. And the text up there is just to kind of reemphasize that there is a ton of potential here and in the future, a lot of work to be done. Taos Plateau. This part of New Mexico was also highlighted in the New Mexico State Action Plan as a priority area. Here we have animals like pronghorn, elk, deer, and bighorn sheep. So there's potential to really benefit a diverse range of wildlife. It is known to be important winter range, especially for elk and pronghorn, and this has been documented through the use of GPS collars. The history here is that almost 50 miles of fence have been converted, but 72 remain. And like Danny said, we're just starting to tackle last year's prioritization project with 11 more miles this summer, but also other groups like Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Pheasants Forever, National Wildlife Federation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, putting dollars up there this year too. This is a map of that specific area. Green is where fence has been converted already, and red is net wire, and yellow is non-wildlife friendly fence. So you can see, going north, there's still a sizable amount of work left to be done. And then our third area we'd like to tackle is in the Boot Heel. Here we've got pronghorn and javelina, who would probably see a lot of benefit from conversion from net wire and non-wildlife friendly fence. This is a priority for the Las Cruces BLM district office, and they have already invested in starting the conversion in this area. They think that there's around 40 miles of net wire that can be converted. Of course, in addition to pronghorn and javelina, deer are in this landscape as well. And then that's just showing you the potential miles of fence to be tackled. I did just want to pause on this slide again to recognize the collaborative nature of all this work in each of these places and the potential for that to continue. Lots of partners. So what exactly are we asking for? We'd like to spread out $200,000 in Macho, Taos Plateau, and the Boot Heel to address wildlife habitat connectivity by converting the wildlife friendly fence. And we have a cost estimate. You know, obviously we don't know for sure what that will come down to, but we hope that this would allow us to accomplish about 5.5 to 7 miles of net wire conversion in each place. And with that, I'll take questions, or we can have continued discussion.
Caitlin, that's 600,000 over 200,000 spread all across all three.
600,000.
Okay.
I'm curious, what is wildlife friendly fence?
So it's generally
never described.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the bottom wire high enough that animals can go under it.
So it's barbed wire?
Usually smooth and usually 16-inch space or larger. With the top wire being about 42 inches or less. Okay. So 3 barbed wire strands and then a smooth wire on the bottom.
And who is maintaining the net wire? It was described as being left over from sheep herding days. And so
yeah, that's
you think that
typically
a lot of it would have all fallen down.
It's on the permittee holders to do that.
So they have been maintaining it?
I think it would depend on which area you're in.
Well, I'm just asking, is a lot of the net wire already fallen down and non-functioning?
I don't think so. In the places that we've been tackling, at least I've been in the job for a year, the vast majority of it is still standing barrier.
And this is all on BLM?
Yes.
So is there any effort like this, the BLM and state border property that where the state land office is helping with the cost of this? Are they a partner or are they just not?
Not proposed here, but I don't know about the history of it.
What was that again? Was that?
Yeah, we got state and BLM land with.
Yeah, so in the past.
Is there any help from?
There has been in the past, and so, some of these areas, especially like southeast part of the state, potentially southwest, if we have places where sort of BLM and state trust shared borders, there might be potential for that to get the state land office involved. But before we go down that road, I just have to say that the key partners and key positions.
Hey, Don, this is Tim. I'm in the CAC meeting. I'm in the CAC meeting. That's why I didn't answer on Teams. The,
Sorry about that. So anyhow, like some of the key partners and key positions with state land office are vacant right now. So whether or not that's real in the next year, I wouldn't be willing to commit to that. But as soon as we have those key partners there, that's certainly possible.
Yeah, as many partners and help is best, but I really do like the concept of how many groups have stepped up and helped as well. I think it's been a good thing, and that's, keep that rolling. The more free help, the better.
I noticed that Kathy had her hand up. Let me. Kathy, you can talk now if you want.
Okay, thank you. I don't know which a member talked about the state land office, but yes. And I have one of those projects on the Taos Plateau for changing that wire fence to wildlife friendly, and the state land office is involved in that project.
Great. Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
So Caitlin, is this project looking at removal of all that old fence and construction of new fence by contract, private contractor?
Yes.
Are they on the old fence on T-posts?
Yeah.
Probably.
In a lot of cases, sometimes NetWire is old enough that they were still using wood posts.
Okay, so
There could be a heritage issue, like where the wood posts would have to be left there, but we could remove the wood.
okay, and the T-posts, I assume, are reusable.
Yeah, the metal T-posts, yeah,
Yeah.
typically we can reuse those in most cases. I mean, sometimes they're listed out and to replace them, but
Right.
contractors will save money where they can, save money and effort where they can, so they'll reuse what's.
So all this fence that's gonna be removed, it's all either allotment or interior pasture boundaries, so it's actually necessary to even have a fence there. It's all gonna be replaced, it can't just be.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware with these
I
ones.
mean, we've got cruises,
Yeah.
BLM here, so you can.
Yeah,
have it
specifically to Las Cruces, most of these are have been identified as allotment boundaries, so much needed. We do have some connected projects with some virtual fencing on the south end, but in this case, we've targeted those that do need to come back.
Are there any fences in the district that don't need to be there? You know,
We have removed some interior, the booty, the last year's project on the east side of the state was a lot of removal. We have encouraged that and maintaining pastures. In this case, it's a lot.
I noticed Art has his hand up. Feel free to just chime in, Art.
Question, since these three areas are pretty far apart, would there be any issues in terms of if there was a funding shortfall to maybe just do like, one or two of them this year and save the rest for next year? Anybody have a problem with that? I know contracting sometimes is an issue, but since these are pretty far apart.
That's something that Caitlin and I wanted to kind of address with the group. We're presenting these as sort of one project because of the similarities. I mean, it's the same nation and same. But in terms of how they're ranked out, that's kind of up to you all. We can set it up to where you rank each one individually if you want, or you can rank it as a group, just as NetWire proposal, or you could have a nested ranking within that. I think any of those are perfectly fine with us. We're just doing this so that we don't have 3 carbon copy presentations where we're just saying the same stuff.
A question about virtual fencing, $30,000 a mile sounds pretty pricey. And from what I understand, the virtual fencing towers are about 15,000 each, and the collars are about $40 each. How does that cost out comparing?
I think
virtual fencing versus replacing these?
I think that it's still being tested and proved as being viable right now, because one of the biggest limiting factors with virtual fencing is that So yes, the collars are really cheap, but they have a really short battery life. From what I understand, it's less than 30 days. And so what the permittees would need to do is round up all their cows, change out the collars on a monthly basis, and then put them back out.
Okay, that's not what I read online. It sounds like in Colorado, that's the preferred way to do it. And I thought those batteries lasted a year.
They may have some. If that's the case, I don't think those collars would be $50 each. I could be wrong there.
Okay, well,
But usually like to be effective, especially for like the riparian sensitive areas, they're gonna have to be pinging the satellites pretty frequently. Just so that we can have that, whether that's the audible detection or the shock or whatever it is that keeps cows out of those sensitive areas. If you're only pinging the satellites every 6 to 8 hours or so, then you're not really keeping them out of those sensitive areas. And so that's where the battery drain comes from,
Okay.
it's just the amount. So again, I think that it's something that we're interested in looking at in the future, but we're just kind of waiting to see if it's actually viable. We're actually seeing good participation and follow through by the permittees, just changing the collars out, changing batteries.
okay, thank you.
Still evaluating, definitely interested in it.
If I may add on, we do have a project just south of Houston, contrast on virtual fencing, a 400 collar project in the Pyramid Mountains. It's not set, a project set in stone yet to see allotment boundaries tested during the moment. There's a lot of issues of livestock costing. Collars are up at the $250 price, collar wise. The service is $30. So it's still very, very costly for us to explode. At this price of a mile here, we're probably still under the underestimated price of what is running out there for a cost, especially for removal of sheep wire and installation. Leveraging funds to these costs would be much needed because it's still higher. And our virtual, out of 606 permittees, we got one project in BLM with 400 collars. It's still pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah, Art, do you have a new question or is your hand just still up from before? Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions online. Are there any other questions or clarifying remarks, anything at all here in person?
Just, see, like, it gets ranked at, like Brett Bull, or it gets pushed into it and there's only so many funds. Is the 200 like the minimum needed for each place, or, would it be able to slip in there and have a less number for each one?
I think that our intention was to split whatever funds went towards Netwire evenly across these 3 areas. But Kaylin, I'm not sure, if you think differently or.
No, I mean, I think that makes sense. Yeah, we'd really like to see it happen in each place, so I think there'd probably be a little bit up to you guys with how that splits out. If you decrease the total and spread it or prioritize some over the other.
Well, this is, I think, relevant. From my understanding, you have already evaluated using radio collars and whatever, where the corridors are that are most important. So could you all prioritize based on which corridors are most important down through all these 3 areas? If you had to choose which
You mean
fences,
in comparing the 3 different areas?
or just where you're going to remove the fences, are those the most important wildlife corridor movement areas?
Yeah, I mean, like the landscapes that have been identified are the important area. And so all of the challenging fence that remains within those is kind of what's highlighted on the map. So I guess it's already been.
Okay, because like along the highways, they're doing sections that are like a mile and the wildlife focus on those areas. So a shorter distance could still provide the connectivity if you got the right places. So, so my question is, has anything like that been done?
And it's actually more commonly what they do in the macho landscape is to kind of open up shorter passes. You know, it just depends a little bit on what gets negotiated with permittees and BLM. Obviously, at the end of the day, we just want to convert everything we can in the areas that we've identified as important. But that is an approach and it has been taken in the macho landscape.
Yeah, and I think, just to dovetail off that a little, like from the department's perspective, like Karen was saying, we see all these landscapes equal. So for you all, if you would like to rank these separately, so to have an item where you're ranking the macho landscape versus the Taos versus the Goodhill versus all the other projects that are there, that's completely fine. Or if you would just like to have it as Netwire projects as presented here, and then we work with the partners to get money in the ground. We'll pull back on it, we can do it that way. Either is completely fine with us, but we're seeing it as like an opportunity for you all. If you want to prioritize one of these landscapes over the others, that's entirely fine. Or if you don't, you want to leave it up to us, that's fine too.
Yeah, so like, I think one issue back when they were separated was like the Taos projects, they had a lot more animal movement data, a lot more data about what they were doing, where the animals were moving and things like that. And other, like the Macho one, didn't have that animal data, you know, the extensive stuff. And I think that was part of the downfall of not getting prioritized higher, you know. Hopefully animal movement data is getting accrued, you know, at this point, and it's, we know, you know, we can be more comfortable with it, you know. But putting it all together, you know, that becomes one instead of, you know, we got data up here and we don't have it down here, you know, about what we have. But yeah, so, you know, I don't know really anything about the movement of animals in the Blue Hill or anything to that nature, you know, what areas, you know, I know you guys have looked at them, but it's like, well, what kind of herds are we looking at? You know, is it big healthy herds or is it, you know, small fragmented herds that are all over the place? And I mean, just that kind of information.
Yeah, I think ideally we'd have that data everywhere. Obviously animals in the south are, you know, gonna be a little bit more environmentally stressed and feel like we're probably gonna have to be moving more and searching more to get their resources and also faced with more variability year to year. I was talking with our pronghorn biologist the other day and, you know, stable to decreasing is kind of the sense for pronghorn in Macho as well as in the Blue Hill. So we've got, you know, a pretty healthy herd in the north. Those animals may not be faced with the same stressors that they are down south. And it's on the radar, I think, to get collars out in both places. And I think there may be some collars that
So 70 colors on the pronghorn and Blue Hill area.
Oh, good.
Yes.
You know, because their connectivity, you know, and, you know, you also gotta have good water sources where they're going. Everything needs to be healthy that way. That's
Another point in connectivity is weather plays a big factor in that. And on any of these landscapes, depending on winter snow, like in the Northeast, where the net wire fence will stop animals from moving, and then they get caught and die because they can't get the feed. In the Southeast, especially like Playa Lakes areas, there's different places that collect water, and we know that the rainfall moves. So the more open that landscape is, no matter what, the better off it is for those animals. And in the Southwest, that those antelope have been declining for years and years and years, you know, and that wire's been there. Maybe that's a big factor. So I think the more open you get it all, the better it is. The longer you work at it and open it back up to a bit more open landscape, is real important.
Has there been any areas like where more water sources might be something that could come up on a proposal later on in connection with this type of project, you know, to where we're really enhancing where they're going and what, you know, when they do start spreading out.
Yeah, I'm sure there's potential for that. I mean, nothing right now.
So we're working with the Las Cruces District Office is working with Jimmy to, that's the 70 callers he mentioned down there. And so the two goals of that are to see where they're looking for fence and then see what habitat implements, because we've got vegetation treatments down there. I'm sure water might figure into it. So that's the goal. We're just waiting for the data. So probably 3, 4, 5 years, I'll come in here with something that'll be pretty informed. So.
Sorry for speaking out of turn about a wildlife thing, but with movement, and this is like similar with fish, but you know, if you look at an impermeable system where it's hard for the critters to move around and look at where they are moving, it's easy to get an impression about an area that might be important or that looks important because they're using it for movement. But opening it up, it might turn out that really wasn't the most important spot. You kind of have to open it up and see where they move once it's open. So you can kind of be fooled into thinking something is more important than it is from a movement standpoint by looking at it when it's impermeable or less permeable. You know, so that you can be a little bit deceived just by that information.
Yeah, I think what I was looking at was making, you know, we should already know what areas are good habitat for them, you know, for the food and stuff. Just wanted to make sure the water was there too, so that, you know, they just keep flourishing. You know, you open a big area and there's no water in that zone, you know. Yeah, they're moving through it, but where are they moving to at that point? You know, I don't know. The data is what's interesting.
One thing you had there on the fairly honestly, you had a successful program with Larry Bond with NMACD soil water and NRCS, but specifically we bring a lot of rainwater into that country. We have put a lot of range improvements in place, water specifically. We now face some of these allotment boundary fences where we don't see the leveraging funds going specifically to allotment boundary fences. Sheep wire, as mentioned, it's there, luckily, but it still sits there and gets tangled up pretty bad. Because you might think, okay, it's old and it's crushed. It just made it worse. It just made a bigger bundle of wire. So, but there has been a lot of work, specifically on the Pyramid Mountains, adjacent to the larger area of Concord.
But the rainwaters, you've got to balance the loss of forage that comes with expanding cattle distribution. And so I think what John's getting at is you need more wildlife specific waters that exclude livestock. So you're not just spreading the cows out and then feeding everything. Right. And now you've got water for Congo and you're starting to do that.
All right, I think unless there's any other questions about the connectivity project, at the end of the meeting today, I'd like to come back to the idea of either ranking it together or separate. We have one other project this year that's similar in approach. But that'll just kind of inform us on how to structure the kind of worksheet and priority process later. So don't need to make a decision on it right now, but just be thinking about it and we'll talk about it at the end of the meeting today. If you have any questions about this project, you can reach out to Caitlin or Jennifer, Brock, myself. Any of the federal partners have been listed, Las Cruces BLM, Roswell BLM, and Taos BLM. And we can get you any answers, any questions, if you might have any information you might want to help inform your decision. But on that note, we can go ahead and move on to our next presentation, which is going to be the Snow Lake Dredge evaluation. And that presentation will be given by Sam Ferguson.
Okay.
Oh, one sec.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to share the screen. Sorry. I'll start.
Okay.
Okay, so you can switch to the next slide. So basically, we've identified a few different lakes across the state or ponds that need some work. Stone Lake is one of the big ones that needs, we think it needs dredged. I went to some dredging companies, to see what it would take, and they basically asked for more information. They need to know the composition, they need to know the quantity, things like that. And so one of the things they suggested was a dredge evaluation. And so we are working with the Gila National Forest. I don't think Eileen's here today, but Jerry is. And as Mike said, I'm leaving at the end of the week, so my name is not on any of these. And so, our aquatic riparian habitat specialist from, Jack will be taking over kind of the lead as a, for the agency. Okay, so in case you're not familiar with Snow Lake, it's in the Gila National Forest. It's a 72-acre lake. It's located about 27 miles from Mogollon. Kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's a pretty popular location. There's a campground there. There's a bunch of trailheads. It drains into the middle fork of the Gila. It's, like I said, it's filled with sediment. We're seeing a lot of water quality issues such as temperature and dissolved oxygen, which has basically made it so we can't stock it year round. We can only stock in the winter timeframe. It's currently stocked with Gila trout and rainbow trout, but we think once it's restored, we should be able to implement a put, grow, take Gila trout fishery. So that's kind of a cool opportunity for anglers in the Gila. And so, you know, why we're doing a dredge evaluation, like I kind of just said, you know, these dredging companies, they need more details on the lake before they're willing to give us a quote. I mean, they can give us a quote, but really having this information is more important to them. They need to know, you know, what kind of gear and stuff to bring. There really isn't a company in New Mexico that does this dredging, so we're gonna have to bring them from out of state, so they wanna make sure they're bringing all the accurate stuff. And for location as well, it's gonna require them to, you know, figure out how to get their equipment there as well. So the quotes are based on the quantity of the sediment, the dimensions of the lake. They also need to know the composition, whether it's rocks, is it fine sediment, silt. And then, like I said, they'll use that to come up with their quotes. And, you know, just based on what I've heard so far, I mean, we're looking at multi-million dollars just to dredge these lakes across the state. And then this is just a summary. So we did get a quote from Tetra Tech Consulting. They do this kind of work and they're willing to come out and do the evaluations for us. So this was a scope of work that we provided them. And so they're gonna survey the lake and then collect all the information that we need. We're also testing the sediment there, as you can see, and that's just basically so that we can tell the forest or who, you know, wherever we may be taking this material, kind of what's in it, so that we know, so we can see whether or not it's, you know, we throw it into, you know, into the forest somewhere, like, or if we can take it to a farm to be used, things like that. I think that's, yeah, any questions?
Has it affected the downstream, the sediment? Is it that bad?
I mean, Mike, do you know anything about the middle fork? I think.
Has it been affected?
Or will it affect it too when they're dredging it?
No, there's not really much outflow most times from Snow Lake. Kind of, I think what leaks through the dam at times, but you know, like Sam said, it's the sediment and what you're gonna stir up. It's really hard to understand how important that might be until you understand what the composition of the sediment is. I mean, I don't think we expect here to find a whole bunch of heavy metals or anything like that, but you never know. And you know, what you do or what you're able to do with that sediment, particularly in a place like Snow Lake, which is so far from anything, ends up really being a big determining factor in the overall cost of the project. It's not all that hard to get the material out of the lake, but obviously you don't take it out of the lake and pile it there. Then it rains and washes back in, and you gotta move it somewhere that makes sense. And knowing what it's made up of, from nutrients and metals and other elements, like Sam mentioned, whether it's fine stuff or rocks, is really important. So, and this, you know, Snow Lake is an awesome place. It's been, since I started with the department 11 years ago, it's really been high on our radar for something to do, but it's a really big project. and kind of really daunting to tackle. And you gotta start somewhere, and Sam has done a really good job of trying to move us through the process. And this turns out to be the first step in that, but this is a big priority for us. We used to get a lot of recreational use, still get some, used to be able to put small rainbow trout in there and have them grow up so people could utilize them. And that doesn't work anymore because it now gets too warm, the water quality is not good enough. We've converted our Glenwood hatchery to dealer trout. So by the time anything gets done, Snow Lake, we're probably gonna have abundant dealer trout to stock to support a fishery like this, and we're excited about that. But this could really sort of be a gem in our whole dealer trout program. But the lake needs a bunch of work, and we'd like to.
How long will this last?
What?
Dredging,
I mean, if you get it dredged, it's, I mean, years. I mean, this lake has never been dredged and it was built in the thirties.
yeah, the climate's different now.
Well, that was my question. Do you need to do an evaluation of where all this sediment came from in the first place? And then address that before you dredge it, because otherwise it's just gonna keep filling up over the years.
Well, I think a lot of that, I mean, there was fires in the area and, different, well, fire, I mean, was the big one, I think, that probably filled in a lot of that sediment. But over time, I mean, you're gonna get filled up with sediment in any system.
In the eighties, you couldn't get to Snow Lake in the wintertime because the snowpack was always too big. You couldn't get to Willow Creek until the end of May. Now you can get there year round. So that tells you a lot about the difference in climate over the last 30 years or 40 years.
But I was thinking
And
about,
so,
excuse me,
and along with that, I don't know how much, there have been fires, a lot of fires in the watershed. But what has been done about grazing impacts? Has there been reduced grazing? Has it have stayed the same? There's a lot of elk. Grazing doesn't always mean cattle. It means all ungulates, okay? And, so you can dredge a lake, and if you don't have the right water, you're still not gonna get better water quality. If, with hotter summers and the latitude that you're at, yes, you can dredge a lake, but it's, as far as focusing on a fish that's temperature intolerant above a certain degree, it may or may not turn out to be something. I mean, you're gambling here, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, so after the fires, and then we have the 2013 floods, which was probably a big part of that. Was it deeper before 2013?
They don't.
Do we know no way? We weren't stocking it year round. When was the last time it's been stocked year round?
I'd have to dig back in
Long time ago.
the records for that.
So, yeah, but
And I think the big thing with lakes is that you can think about, I mean, they've got the different layers, and so, you know, the deeper, the more cold water we're gonna have in that system. And so,
Correct.
I mean, it's so shallow now that we're getting that
Right.
warmer temperatures. So I think dredging it definitely is gonna have a benefit to anything we put into that lake.
now, my question was thinking about upstream of, uphill of the lake. Are there gullies, erosion features, are they overgrazed, like you said? And those things would need to be addressed, I would think. Otherwise, it's just temporary.
I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I know that right after the Whitewater Baldy fire, that was like a gigantic sediment pulse. I mean, the locals up there started calling it No Lake.
Okay.
Instead of Snow Lake, and so a lot of it came. from
Single event, okay.
But,
Yeah, Whitewater Baldy was definitely a big inflection point in terms of Snow Lake, and, you know, obviously cold water habitat is what's important for trout fisheries. And part of what this evaluation would give us would be a sense of what was possible in terms of, you know, how much depth we could get, which would give us a much better sense for, you know, can we create that kind of fishery? I mean, I guess the prevailing opinion within the Fisheries Management Division is that we probably can have a trout fishery there based on what we're currently doing with it. Frankly, common carp are an issue in this lake, which we would like to address as well, not through Habitat Stamp Program, but you know, common carp have become really prevalent in the lake, and they're also an insult and to water quality, frankly, to stir up a lot of sediment. If you noticed on the photo that, or the map there that Sam showed, that aerial image of the lake is kind of brown. That's, you know, not ideal. It's brown because there's a lot of fine sediment in it, and it's shallow, and there's a bunch of carp in there. At the very least, we would make habitat less good for carp and better for trout, but I think ideally we would also try to tackle the carp in the lake.
So we've got a couple of CSC members, virtually, I want to give them a chance to participate here too. So Jeff, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, just wanted to ask about the dam function. I remember hearing years ago that they thought that the gates, the outflow gates, were not functioning, and so would the project also include an assessment of that dam function or not? That was one thing, and then I was just going to comment both on the points that were raised, the carp and the continuing sediment issues. I think there is some Forest Service work in the headwaters that's being planned that might help address some of the sedimentation. But anyway, yeah, how about the dam function?
We're not planning to do anything with this evaluation as far as the dam goes at this time. We're aware that there might be some issues there, and we will look at that, but it's not part of this evaluation.
Jeff, I've asked a whole bunch of people about the function of that dam over my years with the department, and I sort of get a little bit of a different answer every time. But one of the things that came out in the work Sam has done on this is a bunch of these dredge companies, because I was thinking we would drain the lake and scoop it out, but it turns out that some or most of the dredge companies we've talked to don't want that. They want to float equipment on it and dredge it with floating equipment. So draining the lake would not necessarily be an element of this project.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Yep.
And Manny also has his hand up.
Yeah, my question was, is funding for the dredging already been identified, and how far out is that?
So our hope is with this report, we can get those quotes, we can reach out to these dredging companies and get quotes, and then hopefully, talk to the legislators and possibly get money from the state, or start looking for that funding source to actually do the dredging.
Okay, so
This
it
could be
hasn't
a-
been identified then, and you don't know how far out that may be?
We won't know until we have this information that we can provide to get get quotes from the dredging company.
Okay, my only suggestion was that then, obviously, if we get to that point, a much more detailed analysis will be needed to be completed prior to excavation. So, I guess I would suggest that we make sure we minimize the amount spent on this analysis, just to provide us the bare bones to move forward.
So this analysis is gonna provide everything we need to do the dredging. I've already reached out to dredging companies, and this is what they specifically asked for. So no additional analysis would be needed after this evaluation was completed.
Okay. That's all I had then.
We've got two other folks from the Gila here. We've got Yvette Pro and Jerry Monzingo. I'm gonna unmute both of them, and maybe we could start with Yvette.
I'll let Jerry go, just so he can present the forest. What the things I mostly wanted to say was it's a fairly small watershed that goes in there, and I think, yeah, a lot of the recent sediment came from the fires. And yes, like Jeff said, we do have some projects in the headwater on Snow Creek, working on some of those areas where that had cut below some of the wetlands, but I'll let Jerry add more of the details.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, two fairly large fires in that watershed. Just recently, 2006, the Bear Fire, and then 2012, the Whitewater Baldy Fire. There were issues with water quality prior to that. I think in part to all the carp that are in there, they keep the sediment stirred up. Years ago, we actually tried to remove carp in an effort with the department, and of course, that was by netting, and it didn't have a very large impact. But some of the things that the Forest Service will need to move forward with this. Of course, we'll have to go through the NEPA process. So it would be important for us to have the information of what is the quantity of sediment in there, what's its makeup, because we're gonna have to find a place to put that on the landscape. Haul costs would be ridiculous to haul it off the forest somewhere. So this information is needed for that environmental analysis also. So if anybody has any questions for the forest, we definitely support this. We've been talking about it for a long time because water quality has been an issue up there at the lake. And I think prior to probably 2006, there was some water quality issues not related to sediment. But since that time, sediment has definitely become an issue in the lake.
Thanks, Jerry.
Bet.
Anything else, for folks, questions?
Just a quick question, Samantha, on that. So you're looking at putting together a summary. So who's gonna conduct this? Is this a contract to a private
Tetra
company?
Tech Consulting, yes.
Just
So
so I'm
they're
clear
a
on-
consulting firm, they're nationwide, but they're locals as well as they've got some people up in Montana and things that they actually do this, are gonna come down and actually complete the evaluation for us.
Okay, so it'll be done by an outside source?
Yes.
With the criteria that you want?
Yes,
Then-
and I
to then
believe in
present to
the
them.
packet that I sent you, and if not, I can send it to you, their scope of work was in there.
It's probably in there. I have not had a chance.
Yeah, and so if you wanna take a look at it more
Good.
closely,
That helps.
it has Fenton Lake in there as well, as just in case you did see that. The department's gonna be covering the Fenton Lake just because it doesn't fall under Forest Service or BLM. But like I said, the Snow Lake, it's all in there, kind of what they're planning to do and how they're gonna do it.
Good.
So Benton's gonna be done, but not under this funding.
Not under this funding.
Okay.
So you said you were gonna, then you would be able to go after funding.
Mhm.
Do you already have avenues that are willing? If it,
I have some ideas. I don't have anybody locked in as far as funding opportunities, but I have a couple different I think once we have this information, it's really gonna be able to tell us how much. And so we can kind of look at where, there's different grant opportunities out there for improving water quality. So different avenues to go, to hopefully find funding to move this forward. And it's gonna be a multi-year, I mean, we know that, it's not gonna be,
just like to see the Habitat money actually have fruition after it.
and I think this, we found this, we identified this as an important project as far as the fisheries division goes, and so even though I'm leaving, this will get moved forward.
Yeah, I think it's really hard, like when you start talking about funding sources and that, what's essentially a puzzle. To try to fit all together, it's really tough until you have a sense for what the cost is actually gonna be. If it's $2 million. There's probably some options. If it's more than that, we'll probably have to start blending fund sources. It's just really hard to understand and maybe depending on the composition of the material, we find out it's so expensive that we can't do it, but I hope that's not gonna be the case here. You know, it's just a challenge until we know this information to figure out the next step, and that's similar to tackling the carp problem. If we get to a stage where we know we can move forward with dredging, you know, that's the fisheries management division sort of element would come in there and decide if we could, you know, what our options were for trying to tackle a carp probably before the dredging happened.
It's kind of similar to what you're talking about with radio color data on animals. And what you want to have that data involved, but if you don't have that for this, you can't make the next step. So it's either.
Yeah, to say.
This will tell you if it's do or die, you know, and take you beyond that.
Are there other lakes other than Benton and Snow Lake that are in the same status, that, same condition that are on your radar?
So I think for now, we've identified these. I think, you know, knowing that this is gonna cost us probably millions to get dredged. We're starting with these two lakes to kind of see what this information provides us, and then also the funding opportunities that are out there for us to get those, at least those two lakes, completed.
Ron, I think you can kind of almost look at any lake in the state, because most of them were built 30s, 40s, and 50s. You know, particularly ones in areas that have had fire. Bonito Lake is a good example. That's owned by City of Alamogordo, and they did their own project after a little bit of fire. But you know, it was a similar problem. They tackled it more from a water use for municipal water supply standpoint. But you know, I mean, eventually lots of the lakes in the state probably need to undergo something similar.
Any other questions or comments on this one?
Just a quick one, Daniel. You know, I just want to say that I think the idea to have a recreational Gila trout lake is very appealing, and it is a popular spot there. And I think that would be, you know, very appropriate for habitat stamp funds.
Right, so yeah, any questions on this one, like for the next month while you guys are evaluating your projects and trying to figure out how to individually rank them? They would go to Jack Marchetti, or to Eileen Henry.
Or Jerry.
Or Jerry, or that, and if you have any issues getting in contact with any of those folks, you can reach out to any of us, we'll help.
Hey, this is Tim Fry. From my, not my BLM hat, but my personal recreational hat, I want to give kudos to Game and Fish for stocking some really nice rainbows in there. My wife and I had some good fun there a few weeks back catching some of those fish, and they were delicious. So thank you.
All right, well, we're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, so right now we're gonna go ahead and move forward with the Whitewater Creek Habitat Restoration Project, also led by Sam. So we'll get this started here.
All right, so I think last year this was funded.
Yeah, so we
Complete
were,
designs.
yeah, we were gonna do the designs, and then they decided to do that in-house. So Habitat Stamp Funds didn't go towards that, but we did, well, yeah, we did, we paid for the designs, but not the compliance. We were gonna pay for the piece of the categorical exclusion, basically contracted someone to do that. But in-house, the Glenwood Ranger District was gonna handle that, so that's where that one fell.
What's the ETA on that?
It's in my presentation. All right, so, yeah, Jill Wick is our native fish program manager. She'll be taking the lead on this. Jill used to be the Gila trout biologist, so she's very familiar with Whitewater Creek And Sandra Taylor, she is the Glenwood District Bio, and she's been working on the compliance, and her and I have been working on it, and we should have it completed here probably within the next couple of months, prior to us wanting to do construction, so. Can you?
Yeah.
So this information was on last year's presentation, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but basically, the section that we wanted to do on Whitewater Creek is at the Catwalk recreational area. It's a very heavily trafficked area. It's an easy Gila trout fishery right now. It's there's a trail right there along the creek. So it's easy access for fishermen who want to catch a Gila trout. The area that we want to do, it's lacking habitat right now. The complexity is just not there. It's pretty flat water. There's not a lot of, there's riffles, no pools, cover, in-stream cover for, trout. And so, like I said, this last cycle, you guys funded the designs for this project. The designs have been completed. We are working on the compliance. We're hoping to have that completed, which it has, so we'll have to do the CADEX and the biological assessment, which we've already drafted and is ready to go. Now that we have designs, we can get that to Fish and Wildlife Service with the hope of it should be completed by the end of September. And then we anticipate starting construction in October of this year. And then just a quick design, these were the final designs that came out. So basically, we're creating some pools as well as some of that riffle run habitat that's needed there. And like I said, it's right there at the catwalk. I don't think you can see it too well on that design, but it's right there at the parking lot. It'll provide fishing access as well as, like I said, more of that habitat complexity that fishermen like, and as well as trout. I think that's the end of my
That's
slide.
the last one.
Yeah, any questions?
I can't read who Oxbow are. Are they,
Oxbow's an engineering firm.
New Mexico, out of state?
They're out of Arizona.
Have they done stuff for you all before?
Yes. Yeah, they're one of our main contractors for engineering services for habitat work. Exactly. To me, this is a pretty cool one just because of the location. If you haven't been to the catwalk, it's a super cool area. But then as well as the fact that, this is you're gonna be able to park and just walk right down and go fishing. And it provides that habitat for the fish as well. We kind of got them all way.
And, this, restoration is like, what, the Rosgen, Z-dike sorts of things, rock structures and veins and whatever.
Yes, yeah. George with Oxbow is, Rosgan trained.
Okay. Are there enough rocks up there to do all
They're gonna have to bring rocks in. Yes.
We probably have to do this because it's so heavily used. I actually think it's overly used. I've been there a couple of times and there's so many people with so much trash that I worry about it some, but clearly people in the state and visitors do want to go there, and it is a resource. I don't know how to fix the other part, unfortunately, but
yeah,
no alcohol would be real helpful. But yeah.
And it's probably one of the easiest places to catch a Gila trout, right, Mike? I mean, I can't think of anywhere that's probably, Willow, there's other places you can drive to, but this is like a paved road the whole way.
Yeah, as most of you know, the angling opportunity in the Southwest is a challenge, and that's why you kind of see us proposing projects to make it easier, particularly with families or people with less ability to get into the backcountry. Trying to provide more opportunities, and particularly exposure to things like Gila trout, because it's good for the Gila trout conservation effort overall. We've made a commitment that the community of Glenwood was really good to us when we ended up doing the Whitewater Creek project, and got that system to all Gila trout. And, the public has really used the heck out of this catwalk reach. But most of the better fishing, you still have to go kind of up through the catwalk, and it's a little bit tricky access. If you have little kids or if you're not able to get around that well. And the intent here is, you know, really one, to provide heliotrout some more places to be in that system, but particularly with a focus on where folks can get to them to fish for them. You know, this is pretty heavily supported with stocking, and we intend to continue doing that. And if we improve the habitat and Glenwood comes on the way, we expect to increase that stocking, to increase opportunity here. So directly tied to that.
And I think Sandy's on there. I don't know if she has any comments.
Sandy, you can unmute yourself and chime in if you'd like. I can see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Also might let Jerry chime in if he wants.
Yeah, so Sandy's been taking care of this project, so I'm kind of behind the ball on it. But I do know that as far as the environmental compliance goes, we're really close. Sandy completed the biological assessment, which will get that to Fish and Wildlife Service here before long. And that's the only thing that then we'll be waiting on to make actually sign a decision for the project. So really close to moving forward. You know, I know for the public, this is a really cool project. It's amazing how many people go to the catwalk now just to try to catch a Gila trout. And probably some people that aren't typically big time fishermen, people that aren't going to go very far into the woods to catch a Gila trout. So it's an opportunity that's easily accessible, like Mike said. So great project, I think, for the public.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
What's the total length of river or creek that is going to be?
It's about a half a mile.
This is a really expensive place to work because of the flashy system, and you have to, the engineering is, you know, we're gonna have to bring in big rocks, big material to really try to anchor all of this work. So luckily it's road accessible, which is better than some of the places we were, but Glenwood's still quite a ways from anywhere. And
I know the Haines District did a project at one of the turnouts on the Haines Creek below Haines Springs, and it's like maybe 100 yards, 200 yards or so, and it cost $250,000 to do. So it's really expensive to do this kind of restoration.
Any other questions or comments from public, CC? Not seeing any online.
Can I go back and add one thing to Snow Lake?
Sure.
I wanted to mention, we talked about a put, grow, and take fishery there where we stock small fish and they grow up. That's the really kind of like cost effective way to have a fishery. But regardless of what happens with Snow Lake, we plan to continue stocking it, and we hope at some point to convert it to Gila trout. And if that has to be a put and take fishery, we expect with the production at Glenwood that we will be able to do that. It will just take more resources to do it that way on an ongoing basis than it would if we managed to get the water quality in the lake back to the place where we could have a put, grow, and take fishery like we used to. So it's not like, oh, we dredged it. It's doesn't work for put, grow and take, and now we've wasted all the money. It will hopefully still be a better lake, nicer, more attractive, probably hold more fish regardless. But, you know, we'll hopefully have a gill trout fishery there one way or the other. I mean, really, any way we slice it, we hope to have some gill trout in there in the future.
Chance, any questions, comments on this one? Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule for our next one, on Forest Service, contact won't be able to attend the meeting for about 15 minutes. So I'd like to suggest that we just hit pause on the meeting for about 15 minutes, let people take a break. We'll get set up for 10:30, to get through the rest of these. That sounds good.
And there's coffee, cookies, so if you guys need anything, there's some snacks out there for you. Water. Okay.
No. Sure.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go and get rolling again. Our next project is gonna be prescribed fires, similar to the Habitat Connectivity Project. This one is being presented as a grouping of, essentially three partnerships with the Carson National Forest, Santa Fe National Forest, and Seagull National Forest. This is also very similar to the connectivity project, and then we'll be looking to your feedback on whether or not you'd like to have these individually prioritized, so looking at each forest, or if you just want to look at the activity of prescribed fire across these three forests as one project you prioritize. So at the end of today's meeting, but just again, kind of putting it out there that we're having this presentation as all three, so that you don't have three consecutive presentations talking about the exact same thing. So with that being said, we've got the primary contacts for right now are going to be Abel Salaz or Josiah on the Santa Fe National Forest. On the Carson National Forest, we have Jonathan Romero. And also participating with us who joined the meeting recently is Dennis Carroll, who's on a detailed Seagull National Forest right now. Kind of in a unique spot because also he roots in Santa Fe. Still part of that as well. So Dennis, do you want to briefly introduce yourself to the group here?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks, Daniel. My name is Dennis Carroll, Fuels Program Manager, currently temporary detail on the Cibola, and have been on the Santa Fe National Forest for the past 12 years, doing a lot of this work with game and fish and prescribed fire and restoration activities. So thanks for having me.
The forest restoration. So the challenge is that, you know, what we're really looking at statewide is a loss of the natural, historically expected fire return intervals. And so in many cases, our forests have missed, you know, dozens, if not, you know, 20s, 30s instances of wildfires that have been put out, you know, over the past century or longer, leading to a situation where we have ladder fuels, any type of fire that we have right now would lend itself towards catastrophic, fires leading to habitat loss. And so one of the most important things that we can do for wildlife, and by the way, habitat, is ensuring that we have that habitat in the future. Fire is a big part of these forests, they're all fire adapted. So long-term, the idea is to get to a spot where we have, you know, this is again, long-term, meaning potentially longer than any of our lives in this room, but getting to a spot where we have any natural fire start, it's managed. It's no longer put out and there's no risk of catastrophic fire. So in a nutshell, that's what it is. And here's just some photos. You know, so if you look at this one from 1909 versus 1979, you know, the lack of fire just lends itself towards this buildup of ladder fuels. And you have any fire in there right now, you're looking at complete loss of everything. So kind of going back to that earlier discussion when we were talking about sedimentation and snow lake, when you get catastrophic fire, you're losing everything that's holding that soil back. And suddenly when monsoon rains hit, all that soil is gone. When Cow Canyon and Hermit Peak happened, when we're talking about centuries worth of soil that's lost. And I mean, it's not something that could be built back up immediately. And so even thinking about having a forest there, it kind of becomes like this sort of idea, like this hypothetical, like whether or not it's possible anymore. So really getting it to a point where we're not at risk of losing forests is where we're at. We're trying to use this tool. So just some background here. So this is 3 forests that we've worked with for this agreement. I think in future years, we'd like to have this be all 5. Staff overturns, et cetera, on the Gila National Forest and Lincoln National Forest didn't lend itself to having them included with this year's proposal. We're still very engaged with those forests in terms of prescribed fire and forestry treatments, just not at this stage for where we're at for presentations with you all. So what we have available, and again, not all of these acres are going to be accomplished, but basically we worked with the Seagull National Forest, Carson National Forest, and Santa Fe National Forest to identify burn blocks that aren't a priority from the perspective of state forestry's lens of looking at wildland urban interfaces, where funding is available to help with those treatments. we looked for the burn blocks that have more of an importance on wildlife. So places where people are gonna hunt, people are gonna fish, that are far away, you know, from any urban interface at all. That are, I don't wanna necessarily say lower priority, but harder to get outside funding for. Right now, it's very easy, well, I don't wanna say easy, but it's easier to get funding for prescribed fire projects that are in the vicinity of human structures. Just by the way of the potential to lose those structures. All the burn blocks that are included in these proposals are back 40, if you will, places where we can do a lot of good for the habitat, yeah, places where funds could be used. The other part that I really want to hit on here, the funds that we're asking for would not be, they're only a portion of what's gonna actually be used, like in terms of accomplishing these acres. The bigger thing here is the partnership. The Cap Canyon, Hermit Peak, and other, you know, fires in the recent history have really changed public's perception of fire, especially prescribed fire. And so having partnerships to give the Forest Service like sort of a platform where there's other people who are supporting their activities is important for public perception. But the funding that we're asking for is not insignificant either. And funding is absolutely needed and absolutely essential to get these operations off the ground. So just real briefly, just to kind of touch on the areas that we're talking about. So on the Carson National Forest, you know, 25,000 acres in these purple burn blocks that are here. The thing about this is that it's not just a burn block. So much work has happened already, like just to get it to the point where fire can happen. And a lot of that work has been funded by not just Habitat SAM program dollars, but other Department of Game and Fish dollars and other partner dollars through various forestry treatments, creating burn block perimeters, creating piles, setting it up to where these areas could actually be burned. Not to mention all the time like work for endangered species surveys, compliance work, all of that. You know, lots has been done. We're only talking about the actual action of prescribed fire with this proposal. For the Cibola, it's a little bit more spread out. So this is zoomed way out. You can't really tell because the sort of meeting menu bar at the top is cutting it off. But on the Mount Taylor district at the very top of the screen is the Black Mesa burn units. This is an area that the Department of Game and Fish has been engaged in with Cibola National Forest for many years now, including just this past year, setting up, you know, the stage to where we can get to where we're burning. This current calendar year that we're in right now is the first year that that's going to be burned. You know, so just seeing that transition and like where we're going in the next 3 to 5 years there, we're really looking at, you know, cross-boundary management across 3 different agencies. Department of Game and Fish, where we have the LBAR just to the south of it, Cibola National Forest, all the Black Mesa units, and then IC Grant, the BLM, just to the north. So that's an area that's really of high interest for me, just because of all the partnerships and all the work that's happened there. And getting to a spot, you know, it's like earlier I mentioned, like the goal is to get to a place where you get any natural strike, it's something that's managed, it's not something that's put out because there is no resource concern, because it's all been mitigated and it's ready for fire again. This is the closest example of that I'm aware of. As far as like big scale, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres where we're getting to a point where we can have a natural start and it could just be managed. This is one that I think we could see within our careers when we get to that spot. So it's super cool. Then off to the west in the Zunies, you know, we have 3 burn blocks picked out over there. And then to the south, there's Derby Bowlander, and there's a few other units as well that aren't pictured here. Unfortunately, they weren't captured with the GIS map. Anyhow, with the Cibola, there's 10,000 acres that are available. Not all those are going to be burned, and it's going to depend on burn windows, weather, conditions at the time that we want to ignite, and whether or not those are possible. And with the Santa Fe, so we've got a multitude of units, and these are also a continuation of past work, you know, past forestry exercises of creating piles, creating burn line perimeters, and then some broadcast efforts as well, which are following up from earlier forestry treatments, earlier pile treatments, and then getting to the point where you can actually have broadcast fire, which then lends itself to the point where you could actually have a natural strike that's managed instead of, you know, relying on any kind of outside influence. And so these are just like a couple of really quick examples. So this was on the Werripee, which isn't part of the project area, but there are just some pre and post fire. This was just 1 week after the fire had occurred. It was just really great timing because of the way that the monsoon set in. But on the left here, it was a point where, Luer is one of these places that you could have fire at any time and you could just manage it. And there was a real low intensity fire that came through. Then on the right, you can see how basically you're just consuming all light, low to moderate size fuels, and then you don't get any catastrophic effects or anything. You just get a little bit of lemming up, and the green up is really awesome. And the same at the bottom, like you're really just kind of resetting and like starting the process again, getting everything to green up, getting really nice high nutrient rich food and available for wildlife. So again, with this project, like this total amount is not the total amount that these acres are gonna cost. This is a contribution to those, and it's more of a partnership and showing our support for the efforts of national forests, the 3 national forests, and getting perspective fire on the ground. So similar to the connectivity project, we're looking at this as $250,000, which would be split across the 3. Now, it wouldn't be an exact splitting in thirds because there's the acreage difference on the Seabrook. But depending upon where they are in terms of the fires they can accomplish on the various, whichever year they're in, probably the next 2-3 years is what we would be looking at with this $250,000. It's kind of a first come, first serve. Whoever is ready to burn, whoever's in the right burn window, these funds are available. So it's also like kind of an incentive for these forests to hit their targets and to get more prescribed fires happening. And for use of these funds, one of the things that the Forest Service, and Dennis could probably talk more about this, one of the things that we're gonna make an option if this project is prioritized, is the Forest Service would be able to bring in a contracted crew to build their capacity, like to have more people on the ground, especially in the winter, to catch up with all the piles that are on the ground. And have contracted crews help out, bringing their own insurance and having more pile burns occur throughout the winter. So this would be a way that we're actually like really significantly building up their capacity. Another thing that happened during the Hermit Peak Canyon fire, everything stopped, for a year in terms of the fire. So we're really behind the 8 ball on a lot of these. A lot of the 5-year plans that had pile burns, that all got pushed back. And so trying to set us up to where we can use a different tool, in this case, a contracted crew to come in under Forest Service supervision to increase capacity and get more piles burned is kind of necessary at this point. And so with that, I think we can take any questions, but I guess I'd turn it to Dennis in case he wants to add anything.
Great job, Daniel. I think you covered it really well with the flexibility amongst the 3 forests and what's on the project list, as well as that option of building capacity. And that is a huge thing we've seen since the infrastructure bill was signed, is the ability to use these contracted resources to aid in capacity building. So nope, you captured it well, and I'll stay on here if there's questions.
The burn piles are from previous thinning, is that?
Yeah, so some of it was funded through Department of Game Fish, some through other partners, and some just by Forest Service hot shots.
Of these 60,000 acres, a lot of them have already been thinned, is that right?
Yeah, like all these 60,000 acres, they're already, like pending weather conditions and proper weather windows, they're all ready to have fire.
Okay. And most of the prescribed burns that I've read about were planned for relatively small blocks, hundreds of acres, not thousands. And so 60,000 acres, that's a whole bunch of individual prescribed burns. Is that right?
Yeah, so the pile units are smaller by nature. I mean, usually the pile units are sub 300 acres. The broadcast units, I think that the largest one that we have is probably Durfee Bowlander, and that's like 8,000 or 9,000 acres. And then there's a few on the Santa Fe that are probably approaching 1,000 to 2,000 acres each. But yeah, all the piles, I mean, those are by nature, like each one of those are just going to be probably within 100 to 300 acres of burn activity.
I'm prejudiced here clearly because I on Mount Taylor typically twice a week. But it's so clear that these burns are important. There's so much beauty there, but if we lose it all at once, that's gonna be terrible. So it's something that the small population around Cibola Forest is an issue because we're not right up against the city and so forth. But this land is really important for the people who live there and the tribes who live there. Laguna Pueblo, my wife is a member and she's also a county commissioner. These are the kinds of things that like the county commission is interested in approving because they feel like it's so important to the population that what the forests offer be available. But it is true that the numbers of people are small, which makes it less possible for this to happen almost automatically with neighbors, neighboring cities saying, oh yeah, we've got to do something about this. So that's my only comment.
So this would be for 25 projects? When would if this were approved, when would these start? Next winter?
Well, it could start as soon as this fall. So yeah, probably I would be surprised to have anything other than pile units for this calendar year, but potentially broadcast units starting in the spring.
Daniel, are all these initial entry fires?
No, some are follow-up. I think Murphy Bowhunter would be example of follow-up. On the Santa Fe, I think most are initial entry, and it's certainly all the pile units that would be initial as well. And a lot of the pile units are kind of set up strategically to kind of be kind of anchor points for future efforts. And, you know, as one example of that, we just did a pile thinning project with other department funds that was basically setting up for a future broadcast fire within it. So even though it's like only, you know, 90, 100, or maybe 200 acres of piles, like sometimes that really sets up an anchor point to do a large broadcast on its own.
Hey, Daniel, I'll chime in there too on that note about pile burning. Just like Daniel's saying, it creates that anchor point, and in some cases, it's creating piles to do perimeter prep on a large unit. So even if you have a 100-acre pile unit, yep, the piles will be burned in a low complexity condition with snow on the ground. But once those piles are removed, oftentimes it sets up a much larger 1,000 to 2,000 plus acre block for broadcast prescribed fire.
And there's another project, the Black Mesa project, which is thinning itself. Is that connected to this in any way?
Well, it is, especially with past efforts, because Black Mesa was funded just this past year. And where the thinning occurred is on a burn block that they'll be planning to burn 2029, if I'm remembering correctly. So there's that connection, but then also with the previous year's funding, CAC prioritized another effort of, I think it was around 350 acres. And that's part of a burn unit that's 2028, I think. And previous to that, the department was engaged with Cibola National Forest and other thinning efforts in the northern portion of the Cibola, Mount Taylor. And those are all part of a burn block that will be burned this year. And so funds could potentially, you know, come from habitat stamp and contribute towards that.
Does anyone, well, Cibola also is responsible for what, Kiowa grasslands? Does anybody do prescribed burns on grasslands?
They do, yeah, and there are, and I didn't picture them because unfortunately there, when you zoom out to that state level, like the little area where the grassland part, but we do have a couple of units from the Kiowa that are included. They're fairly small, like 90-acre blocks, but they are in the grassland. I think that we have 2, maybe 3 with the Kiowa National Grassland.
Isn't natural fire really important for grasslands, and we don't have it?
Yeah,
people don't pay much attention to that now.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of it, but even thinking about like future partnerships, like Roswell Beyond Land as an example, currently like they're doing a lot of mesquite treatments, you know, basically setting the stage for grass and shinnery, like booming, if you will. And so the idea in the future will be like to work with them to have a prescribed partner, and we're certainly going to be engaged in that. Right now, we're just on that woody treatment. Anything else on prescribed partner? Do you have anything online? Looks clear, last chance. I'm on it right now, so I don't wanna just like close it. Okay, well, if there are any questions about, prescribed fire, activities that we're proposing to do over the next couple of years, feel free to reach out to me, Caitlin, anyone on my team, or, to Dennis Carroll, obviously, Jonathan Romero, or Abel Sloss, he goes by Josiah. In any case, it's one that we're really excited about, and in my opinion, probably one of the best banks for our buck that we could be engaged in state level. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to our next presentation. And we'll have the El Rito barrier with Sam Ferguson.
Okay, so I have two barrier projects back to back, so I just wanted to give an overview before I start on either one of those projects. Both of these barrier projects are for the protection and securing Rio Grande cutthroat trout populations. Both of these populations of cutthroat trout above these barriers are core conservation populations, which are the highest conservation status you can get. Basically, they are at least 99% pure cutthroat trout. There's no, like less than 1% hybridization with non-native trout. So these are super important populations, and each of them for different reasons altogether, but I just wanted to give you guys this big overview before I go into each individual population or into project, sorry. So barrier is north of El Rito, kind of in the Carson National Forest. There's no roads really to it. Well, there are. They're not, they're closed roads. So it's kind of a walk-in location. It's very good trout fishing. But like I said, it's also a pretty important population for cutthroat trout. Contacts for this is Elisa Radcliffe. She's the wildlife biologist for the Carson National Forest. And then Brian Bakovich, he's our Rio Grande Basin Native Fish supervisor. And Brian used to be the cutthroat trout biologist. So very, very knowledgeable on these barriers and cutthroat trout. And so just a little bit of background on El Rito. Like I said, it's a tributary of the Chama. It's a core conservation population. We have used this population as part of our broodstock at our Seven Springs hatchery, as well as use these fish to translocate to establish other populations. I know recently, I think last year, we collected fish out of El Rito and to restock bandolier after the post fire. So this is a super important population. And this is kind of why we're bringing this to the table. The barrier in this picture over here on the left, last year, this is a picture from a fishing trip that I took. The barrier was breached. It wasn't any major flooding, it was just a high water event. As you can see, the barrier's over there, and most of the water is actually going around the barrier. We had the Forest Service and Toronto Limited worked, diligently for that. So that was in, 2023. This has just happened. That was in the spring, and in the winter of 2023, Toronto Limited and the Forest Service went in, and you can tell they did some repairs and got the barrier back functioning again. We hired, the Department of Game and Fish hired an engineer to do a feasibility study this spring. They just wrapped that up, and what their recommendation is that we need a new barrier. This barrier is it's not ideal for the situation that we have in that it's a very big floodplain. And so water, unfortunately with high water, we're just gonna keep seeing breaches in that area. And so their recommendation is to create a new barrier. And so one of the things that as a fisheries management division, we've created standards for our barriers. And so we want them to, the fish to be secured for a 50-year flood and for the barrier to actually withhold a 100-year flood. And so we've been working with Pioneer Tech, is that?
Yeah, Pioneer Tech.
Technical, yeah. Out of Montana, they do barriers across the state. They've been working on a lot of multiple different barriers we have across the state, and are able to design these barriers for us. And so this project is just to do designs, for a new barrier in El Rito. The department does have some other funding opportunities for barrier projects. So we'll be able to leverage the funds from this and use those other funds to actually do the implementation. And then I'll go into the next one if anybody has any questions first, specifically for El Rito.
How long was it breached? You know, put it flowing for a month?
It was a few months, yes. And so we've been in there, biologists have been in there, they've done sampling, it seems. So I don't think they have any data, I don't know if we have any data back, but we don't think.
I think we got genetics data back. I don't think we found any non-native fish or any evidence of hybridization above the barrier after it was repaired.
How old is that barrier?
Matt, are you on?
Yeah,
And where did it come from? I mean, who installed it?
I believe the Forest Service installed that,
That is I asked her to unmute, but I did see that Art also had a question while she's.
I guess,
Art, did you-
yeah, my question is that an ideal location? It looks kind of flat there. Seemed like an odd place to put a barrier, but, you know, obviously not seeing everything.
Yeah, and I think that was part of the engineering feasibility study, was looking at the locations and coming up with what makes the most sense to meet those FMD standards.
Yeah, just a little history on fish barriers. 20 to 30 years ago, we were building a lot of barriers. A lot of them didn't have a high level of engineering. And we built a lot of barriers that weren't perfect. No barrier is perfect. It turns out, you know, fish are good at beating you, but we weren't building the engineering standards like what we're talking about now, which is no passage at, 50-year flood events and at least able to structurally withstand 100. We get as much as we can out of the money that we invest in these things, but that's a much higher engineering standard. And Pioneer Technical Services out of Bozeman, Montana, there's particularly one guy named George Ossegi, who in Montana really started this sort of heavy engineering for barriers, for lack of a better word. And the state of Montana and lots of other western states really used a lot of George's work, whether it was done directly by George or picked up by other engineers. George recently retired, but we had a relationship with him. He designed a lot of the barriers built, or maybe all of the barriers built in the last 10 years in New Mexico. And that firm continues to have that expertise, and we keep working with them. So Art, you're right. I think part of the assessment that's been done, I haven't actually looked at it yet because it just got finished, is looking at alternate sites in that area to come up with the best spot and then to engineer a barrier that will meet those standards to protect that population as best we can.
Yeah, I like the concept of not having to tear it down per se and have that cost too.
Yeah, and that's what we look at in this middle colonial barrier right there. It is, but it's the same thing. When we look at these existing barriers, we generally, the options we look at are, can what is currently there be brought up to an acceptable standard, or should it be, removed and replaced or moved to a new spot? I mean, that's kind of the three ideas that we always go into these with, and that we ask the engineers to look at, and that's why we do the feasibility study first is, what's the best.
Was it 80,000 including this one?
No,
So don't these old gabion barriers have a propensity to fail anyway?
Yes.
It's very poor design.
In some cases, they can be improved with shotcrete, but generally the perch culvert gabion barriers are not what we're building now. We may use elements of gabions and wings and other things, but these are generally concrete that are tied into competent bedrock. They're bigger structures, but that also means that both the engineering and the construction is much more substantial and costs much more money.
How long has this one been there? And has it ever been breached?
so I'll talk about this one. So this is a separate project, and this barrier on Middle O'Neill Creek, we did a feasibility study as well this past year, and that we have found that water is going around it. And so on high water, fish are able to move around and through some of those gabions. So we have found that it is at certain flows. And so I'll talk about this one a little bit. Same context, and just because I'm not gonna go back to this picture, this is from the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak Fire where we salvage trout, and that's kind of where the story begins. So a little bit of background on Middle O'Neill, because this is kind of a special one, I think, for the department and the Forest Service. So prior to 2022, that stretch of water was a hybridized population. We had rainbow trout and Rio Grande cutthroat trout. In April of 2022, we all know the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak Fire began. After fire moved through, our biologists get in there and salvage fish. Our biologists and Forest Service salvage fish from Rito Morphe. And we put them at NMSU while we were working on getting a treatment done to remove those non-natives and make Middle O'Neill an area where we can put those fish. And so a big highlight of this too is, we only have 11 populations of Canadian drainage, Canadian lineage of fish. And so it was super important to try to salvage those fish and find a location for them. So like I said, in June, we salvaged those fish. In July, we completed a treatment. And then in the fall, we were able to stock those fish into Middle O'Neill Creek. We had concerns about the barrier, and so we completed the visibility study last month. And like I said, it was determined that there's water at certain flows is able to move around it or through the barrier. And so there is the potential for fish to be able to move upstream. And so because of this importance of this population and the whole story behind them, this project, we would like to complete design and construction within a year. This is definitely doable. We have, most of the compliance is going to be very easy because it doesn't have threatened and endangered fish or species in that area. And so we're able to move through the compliance pretty quickly and believe we can have the designs and the compliance completed prior to summer of 2025, where we can do the implementation of the project. This one, the feasibility study said we could, they gave us two options right around the same price. You can go ahead and switch to the next one. We could either, you can keep going, complete a new barrier, or we could improve the current barrier. So there's two different funding options. They're very similar in price, which is why that cost is, there's only one cost there, because the feasibility study basically, they were right there at the same fee.
I see Art's got his hand up.
Yeah, is that Peniel barrier, the one that's, the road crossing below the, lower Cherie Pond?
Yes, sorry, yeah, I should have said that. Yes, so that is the barrier right there at Cherie Ponds.
Okay, you have only 100 of those Canadian strain of Rio Grande cutthroat. Is that enough to be a pioneer population, reproduce? What's happened so far?
So, they've only been in there a year, not even a year. And so I don't know how much information, and Mike, maybe you know more than I know about that population.
Yeah, so there's no doubt that would be a very small number of fish to pound the population from, and will probably require supplementation from other Canadian strain fish. Kind of what we know about them was that they persisted. We handled, I don't know, 20 or 25 the next year, which isn't bad considering capture efficiency and how much they're able to spread out. My recollection is we didn't see any baby fish, but we kind of sampled midsummer, and it's pretty cold there, so we may have been too early for those fish to really be recruited to do our gear. We're keeping an eye on it. Either way, we made the investment in Middle Poniel to get rid of the non-native fish, and it will be a Canadian, as Sam said, Rio Grande cutthroat trout exist in 3 major river drainages: the Pecos, the Rio, and the Canadian. And we don't take fish from one drainage and move them into other drainages. So the Canadian, I believe, has the least number of populations. So it's really important to us. And you can sort of see the effect of that, because when these fish, this Canadian population of fish was affected by the fire, and we did the salvage operation, we literally didn't have available habitat to move them into. And so the Forest Service and the department really had a monster partnership effort to do the treatments to remove non-native fish there. And now that they're gone, we want this one way or the other to be a Canadian basin cutthroat trout population, and to secure that long term, we need it to be, we need a functional barrier. So that's kind of where we stand. Ron, time will tell a little more in terms of, how well they succeed, but from a genetic standpoint, that's a pretty
You create the habitat.
strong bottleneck, right?
Does Seventh Springs do all the different strains of Rio Grande cutthroat?
Seven Springs has traditionally only had the Rio Grande strain. We are working right now on Pecos strain there. It's in development. It should be in production that we can use it in 2026.
Okay.
There is no current facility with a Canadian basin strain.
So you have to transfer them from existing population.
Yeah, we'd either do wild spawns and potentially hatch them at Seven Springs or something, but yeah, they'd have to come from other populations, and it's pretty limited.
How long is the habitat above the barrier?
Dale?
It's a couple miles.
Yeah, it's a chunk of habitat. It was a big treatment. We did a series of 3 or 4 treatments over sort of 2 events. That's a small lift. It's a pretty nice chunk of habitat.
Because you all want at least 3 miles of habitat.
I mean, ideally, yeah, and it's longer than that.
Okay.
5 or 6 would be my guess, but I don't want to misspeak.
So with that, I saw your hand go up a couple of times. If you wanted to chime in and say something, feel free.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away for a second. I didn't know if you had questions for me, but yeah, I think that initial barrier on Middle Poniel, it was put in like 1999 or 2000. And so it does have the problem with the water going around it. It's kind of just the road grade at this point. So it'll be interesting to see if you guys want to put it at the same location or find a new location. I know that's a pretty wide spot there. But yeah, just wanted to see if you guys had any questions about this one or the El Rito. I didn't know if Elisa was able to make it.
When did El Rito go in? You remember?
So that was about that same time frame, maybe 1998 or before. Maybe it was a few years before that, but it was the late 90s.
Yeah, any other questions or comments on the barrier projects on either of them? So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. I've been trying to get a hold of our, Civil National Grid's contact Sean Martin, for the Black Mesa project, which is next. He was planning to be on here at about 11:55, so we might just go ahead and proceed without him and give the presentation anyways. He might come on towards the middle or end of it and help with questions. Otherwise, I think we can move on to the next one unless there's anything else with these barrier projects. And, give one for this one. Did you want to give this one? We planning on giving this one? Cool. Oh, tell them if you need. You want to give it?
So regardless of your tenure with the CAC, you probably recognize the name Black Mesa. And that familiarity just stems from the fact that there's been years of effort here within the Black Mesa as well as adjacent jurisdictions, thousands of acres thinned. And it continues to offer opportunity to kind of create continuity across boundaries. See the contacts for this project are gonna be right there, Daniel and myself, and then Sean Martin with Forest Service, as well as Corey Largo. And like Danny said, if Sean tunes in later, we can address any questions that come up that we can't handle. So the challenge with Black Mesa is, again, we have overly dense forests, including ponderosa pine that have diverged from historic conditions and present a catastrophic wildfire, complete loss of forest and wildlife habitat. So the goal would be to do some thinning in order to restore, kind of set that landscape up for burns and restore the forest to a more sustainable, healthy, resilient state. Right there, that first arrow is pointing at the kind of lime green outline polygons, and that's where we're talking about putting money next summer for thinning efforts is just the lime green polygon. And you can see how that fits in with some of those solid colored building blocks, which are previously thin acres. That middle area, which is, I guess, kind of a translucent green color, that's all Forest Service. That is the Black Mesa, the Cibola district to the north with the yellow layer, that's BLM, the Ignacio Chavez area, and you can see the green polygons in there are also acres that have been previously thinned. All of the red dash mark area is basically where we predict prescribed burns will be put. To the south is our Elbar property. And we will be working, the department will be working with state forestry to do some forest restoration on that property as well. And hopefully up to about 6,000 acres will be restored on that upper Elbar property. So you can see where things have been accomplished, and we're continuing to work kind of south toward the Elbar property will create some continuity with the Game and Fish property to the south and really give us the opportunity to kind of manage the forest at its level instead of dealing with jurisdictional boundaries. For those who don't know, Black Mesa is, if you're standing on it and looking to the southwest, you can see the Sandias. But don't let that fool you really, because it's kind of a long haul to get in there. And it's about an hour and a half or 2 hours from the Bernalillo exit. And once you're up on top, there are 2 tracks, so it's accessible with 4-wheel drive, but it's pretty slow going. At least slow enough that you still have a chance to catch deer or turkeys fleeing into the woods. So a little bit on the Cibola National Forest management plans, just to provide a little bit of a context here, you know, we're talking about doing prescribed burning in this landscape starting this year and through 2028 or 2029. In the past, some thin material has provided needed fuel wood for local tribal communities in the Fuel for Life program. They're continuing maintenance of wildlife water infrastructure and pit tank trough and fence maintenance to help focus grazing across the landscape. This is another visual, maybe a little bit more detailed than just looking at satellite imagery to give you an idea for how the forest lays out. I think probably there's a lot of colors in there, but color is grass, so basically your meadows, and then the dark blue and the two greens are, dark blue is pinyon juniper, green is ponderosa, and the other green is like a deciduous evergreen tree mix, but really we see ponderosa throughout all of those forest types. So this kind of gives you the perspective for why being able to put fire here is important and why getting the thinning done to help prepare for that is important. So this is just a cool area for a whole lot of reasons, but I think, you know, the scale that of this landscape, the history of work that's been done, the track record of continuing to go back here and get things ready for fire is pretty amazing. The potential opportunity to link up with the LBAR really makes it a unique collaborative effort. And the green polygons there, I think are 1,300 acres outlined. We think we'd like to do about 700. So we're not specifically sure where in those would be, but somewhere in those polygons to kind of help link us through the rest of that landscape, because there's really not too much left on Black Mesa, and help connect that piece to the south. So what we're asking for in this project is $350,000, with an estimated $500 per acre to get us 700 acres of thinning done.
Are there any questions from folks about the Black Mesa project?
Question, are you gonna be cutting only ponderosas?
No, pinyon as well, some juniper.
Okay. And, do you have any, are you gonna be cutting big ponderosas, anything over 12-inch DBH?
We haven't. I would assume we'd stick with the similar prescription, which has all been under 12.
Is this strictly lop and scatter or you on a pile? What's your prescription?
It's been lop and scatter for the most part. And I think that's what we want to do again.
Kind of setting it up for broadcast in the future. Typically with these, like when it's lop and scatter, there's enough slash on the ground that they'll come back. I don't want to say like snow conditions, but kind of in the winter where they can burn it and just take the punch out of the slash and then follow up again with another burn following spring or potentially the summer after and clean it up.
I did want to point out that Danny took that picture this year in the Black Mesa project area where they were thinning acres that were prioritized through Habitat Stamp last year. And it's pretty cool. You can see the lop and scatter.
So no mastication here. How will you do the fuel wood? Just cut it, stack it, and let people come pick it up?
You know, so the Forest Service, they typically, they set it up to where people can have the fuel permits and go collect there, but it's so remote. I mean, even when, you know, so in project 2 years ago, there's a high volume of wood that was like basically stove cut and sat next to the roads and it was still there as it was. They had to really work hard to find people to get it. It's just too remote. I mean, other than people who are out there camping and maybe grabbing a few pieces for a couple of campfires, we don't really see people going out there to collect wood. It's just too remote, the road's too rough, and they just don't do it. So usually, like, the only way that we can really treat it is to follow up with a fire and clean up the slash from that. Just as like a side note though, one of the things that I've seen through lots of these projects throughout the state is that sort of 2 to 3 years of the slash being on the ground before it's burned. I mean, it kind of sets the stage where it protects everything from any grazing impacts from cattle because it makes it less accessible for them. So it's kind of amazing like what it does for wildlife, even in the short term before we get fire. And there it's kind of like a quick little boost, forage availability for wildlife quickly. And then when you follow up with fire, I mean, it's a continuation of that and a bigger impact, but it's just super cool. You can see an immediate impact. Anything else from folks?
We go back to the map.
Yeah.
First one. So all the green on BLM there has been thinned already?
Yeah, those sort of turquoise polygons,
Yeah.
those and they're pretty old treatments, I mean, like, it's quite a ways back.
Okay,
And then the red hash marks, those are burn units.
okay. So what's the plan for burning? Is there a time frame for that established?
On Black Mesa. So then, so Black Mesa, so like right in here. That's the piece that will be this year.
Okay.
And then, so this piece so this yellow polygon that's down here, this is what we thinned just this past year. The plan is to burn there in 2028.
Okay.
And then this piece would be somewhere in between that, so whether that's 25 or 26. This way, and then this will fit into that as well, probably right after that. Things got a little bit switched around in terms of priority, especially when the department acquired the LBAR. We wanted to get to the border really quickly, just to try to get that partnership building and to couple that with the work that we're trying to do on our side and really set the stage for all of this to just be cross-boundary, working as a team, how we're getting better in the landscape. Okay.
And so the red hatching that's not delineated by any additional polygons, is that stuff that's gonna happen in the future, or is that?
This one here?
Yeah,
This I think
or
is.
even up on the BLM portion.
Oh, no, this was all at a stage where there probably were treatments that the Department of Fish maybe wasn't a part of. But these have all been actively burned. So the IC grant is at a stage where we don't need mechanical treatments anymore. It's all being managed with fire. The sequel portion of that Black Mesa, that's the trajectory we're on. We're just a few treatments and a few phases away from that. And I do see that Sean joined us. So, Sean, I'm just gonna unmute you. We got through the presentation. We're just kind of answering questions, but if there's anything you'd like to sort of add in from what you did here or, jump in, feel free.
Yeah, I guess I came on a little bit late. I apologize for that. So I didn't hear the discussion ahead of time, but I think it's it's a really good project. It's been a great partnership that we're being able to, connect treatments from a decade ago on BLM, working down through the Forest Service and now connecting to the LBAR. And, I think we have plenty of more acres to continue this work over the next year or more.
Are there any issues with cattle grazing?
Honestly, not really on Black Mesa. The cattle presence is not very high. I think it's because it's water infrastructure limited. So typically all the places that I've seen out there, like it's managed very well, especially compared to statewide.
So Daniel, so that south part there, I guess the light blue color, that's part of the LBAR?
That's correct.
Okay, the state control now, correct?
Yeah, and so this portion here, this is kind of our densest ponderosa forest. And so this is what Caitlin was mentioning, that we're in partnership with State Forestry, and so we're working on that on our side. So we'll definitely share tidbits of that. Habitat stamp funds can't go towards that, but it's connected to the project, so we just kind of keep you all informed, landscape scale of what's happening there. Anything else on Black Mesa? Okay, well, Sean, thanks for chiming in. Yeah, we've just running a little bit ahead of schedule today, so I appreciate your flexibility and being able to jump on.
Absolutely. No, thank you for considering this.
Yeah. You take care, man.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next presentation here, which is gonna be the Solar Bee, with Sam.
This is so we have two lakes currently that have solar bees. Kamado Lake and Lake Roberts. Basically what a solar bee is we put them, there's two in both of those lakes. It's used to prevent algae blooms. It also improves dissolved oxygen and pH levels as well as reducing aquatic weeds. If they were not present in those lakes, we would not have a fishery problem, more than likely. And you can go to the next slide, Ian. So a great example of this is Kamado Lake. Those solar bees were purchased in 2006, so they are kind of past their useful life. In Kamado Lake, we stock tiger muskies. Those are used to control the goldfish population. I think, was it last year, Mike, that those began to quit working?
Oh, no, we've had trouble with them.
Okay, so the solar bees in Lake Kamado have been an issue for a while now. And we actually had a pretty big die-off of tiger muskies in Kamado Lake. Those goldfish are actually from this year's surveys just a couple months ago. What happens is when the solar bees quit working, we have a die-off of rainbow trout and tiger muskies, but the goldfish survive. And they actually thrive. So it's kind of a major issue. And so right now those solar bees are owned by the Forest Service. And so the department is unable to do any maintenance on them. So we've been working with the Forest Service to get a contract in place for them to be able to do repairs. And I know Jerry's on here, and I know they're working currently to get a maintenance contract with the company. These solar bees are done by one manufacturer and they do their own maintenance. And so there isn't really any other company you can go to and ask, have them go and fix them for you. You have to go straight through the manufacturer. And so the forest is working on a maintenance contract to get these solar bees up and running, but it's only going to be for maintenance. It's not going to be, they don't have the contract is not going to be for repairs. And so what we would like to do is purchase through the Habitat Stamp program new solar bees so that we can get these online and functioning. Pull out the solar bees that are currently in there and let the Forest Service work on getting those repaired. And potentially to move maybe to another lake within the forest. And then kind of the same thing with Lake Roberts, these solar bees are all old. They're all, 2006 and 2009, they're past their useful life. And so, we would like to get new ones. And so that way that we know that they are functioning in these lakes and we're able to maintain a fishery without a loss. And then potentially, like I said, we would use the solar bees that are currently in there. Hopefully, get those repaired, get them up and running again. And there's other places or other locations we could put them in or use them as backup as things happen in these lakes. I think another thought process that we had with the forest is adding a third solar bee to Kamado Lake to ensure we keep those muskies alive, as well as the rainbow trout. And so the solar bees, like I said, they help us maintain our fisheries in these lakes. So we would like to purchase 2 solar bees per lake. And yeah, I guess that's, take any questions. Or Mike, if you have any comments.
See what questions there are, I guess.
What's the typical lifetime for these units? Is this a earlier than expected failure or?
No, I think we've actually been able to maintain them longer than expected. And the thing that we're hoping is with purchasing these through the Habitat Stamp program, we'll be able to the department would maintain the ownership of them, which allows us to help with the maintenance. So we would get a permit with the Forest Service. We've already talked with them, a special use permit to put them on the landscape, and then the department would be able to work with the Forest Service and help with that maintenance, because right now, it falls solely on the forest because the department can't do maintenance on federal property.
So how long does maintenance extend life? Oh,
I mean, these have been going since 2006, so
they've been maintained?
yes,
They've been as regular maintenance? So-
yes, yeah,
Well, I mean,
for the most part.
I don't know that I'd say regular, they've been occasionally maintained, and as Sam mentioned, as we got into this, recognizing that we had a need, especially in Kamado. We looked into, could the department spend dollars, on this, and unfortunately, I mean, we ran this all the way through the administrative higher ups, and the answer came back as no, because they're owned by the Forest Service. We are not allowed to spend state money to do the maintenance on them. I don't know that I understand it, but that's the answer that we got. And as Sam mentioned, the tiger muskie thing, if you know that story, was very successful in Kamado in terms of controlling the goldfish. And we have a stocking formula that really seemed to work well there in terms of maintaining a good quality rainbow trout fishery without just feeding those fish to muskies. And when we had those fish kills, we had a couple of fish kills kind of 2020 on, when the solar beams weren't functioning, and those goldfish have really started to come back. I don't know, Lee, if you were around. I mean, I'm sure you were with the department when they were doing the big goldfish removals from Kamado, but they're hauling tons, literally hauling tons and tons of goldfish out of there. And the muskies were really successful in terms of managing them, but unfortunately, as Sam mentioned, they live through these low dissolved oxygen events that kill all the other fish. I mean, the last big one, the crayfish were crawling out of the lake because the dissolved oxygen got so low, but the goldfish survived it. We were hoping it was gonna get rid of the goldfish issue entirely, but it didn't. So
just like, they're just another carp.
yeah, they are.
Need to get people to start fishing for them.
Yeah.
So Brian for trout makes his own, or gives us the opportunity to maintain them and stuff. So we maintain them and it gets their life expectancy. What's the cost of rebuilding them? Because we're talking about the Forest Service getting a chance to rebuild them and put them back in service. What's that cost to them, because it's not far down the road, if that's all their life expectancy is. So what's the cost to rebuild them, to get them back in service after that life expectancy?
And I don't think we know that yet. I think it all depends on
What's the charges?
Well, and what's wrong, what needs to be replaced on it.
What's wrong with it?
We don't, until they get service, until we get the maintenance in there to evaluate them, so that this company does a maintenance and comes in and tells you what's wrong, and then you have to pay another fee for them to actually come fix it. So it's multiple steps.
Yeah.
And Jerry, you had something you wanted to add to this, so yeah, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, so it's gonna cost us like $6,500 just to have the company come look at them and tell us what's wrong with them. In the past, we've had one maintenance contract with the company that covered us for 2 years, and that cost us $30,000. And that included basically anything that went wrong with the units in the 2 years that they would take care of, and it also included their annual monitoring for the machine and for water quality. They're pretty durable units, but they're produced by one company, so it makes them probably a little more expensive, but they've done a great job on the lakes. Initially we were hoping that it would reduce the amount of algae, and probably has to some extent, but the biggest benefit we've seen from them is that dissolved oxygen level, and in the summertime, actually cooler water temperatures as they move the water from deeper in the lake up to the surface.
And what I'd say about this is the fisheries management division, our intention is to take on the cost of maintenance outside of the habitat stamp program. If we get new ones, Kamado, I mean, we've come to realize that when the solar bees are functional, we really have a functioning fishery there, and when they're not, they're not. And like I said, the challenge there has been that there's a big upfront cost, obviously, to purchasing them, but and we can't service or maintain or repair the ones that the Forest Service owns. So we hope to get as many of the existing Forest Service ones back working as either backups, or, you know, if we get to a point with Snow Lake where that's fixed, we think Snow Lake will also eventually be a place where solar bees would be an appropriate tool. And who knows, if we get lucky and, you know, we're able to get 3 or 4 that currently exist working again, we would have both backups for the lake and potentially some to use in a place like Snow Lake. But it's really hard to know at this moment, but it's really timely. This is something that for us in FMD, we really feel like we gotta get a solution to. So that's why there's kind of
The force, the USFS is gonna actually repair them.
They are working on the maintenance contract to get them pulled out and get them checked and see what's wrong.
Get them back.
And yeah, so we're working towards that.
Jerry, could you just speak to what that current effort you guys have going on for the existing ones is?
Sure. So yeah, we're in the process of getting a contract with the company. Of course, it's a sole source contract because they're the only company that works on these things and has the parts for them. That contract is simply for them to come do an inspection. If there's minor stuff, it'll that the machines need, they'll take care of it. But if there's anything major, you know, then we're gonna have to come up with dollars on top of that 6,500 to fix the machines. You know, so if there's solar panels that have been that are not working, or if there's something wrong with the electronics or the motor, then we're gonna have to try to find the money to actually do that work. Minor stuff should be covered, but we just won't know until we actually get that contract in place and get the company out here to do the inspection on the machines. We know the 2 units at Lake Roberts, they're functioning. We don't know, you know, if they're functioning at capacity. There's one at Quamato Lake that we know is not functioning, but we don't know what the issue is. When the lake got really low, that unit actually in a windstorm got blown over against the shoreline. It has been sitting against the shoreline. So not only do we not know if the unit works, it would have to be moved back into place if it is working.
Are there any issues with using habitat stamp money to purchase what's gonna be agency owned equipment as opposed to doing something on federal lands with the money?
I think that it would have to have a limitation that it could only be used on federal properties, you know, so kind of think about it like a weather station or something like that, but it would only be usable on, you know, if there was a water body on Bureau of Land Management, managed lands, or somewhere on Forest, another Forest Service lake somewhere. But that would be a limitation of it for sure, just because of where the funds go. I
And
see.
just one more thing I was gonna mention too, that, and just in case you're not aware of the fisheries here. So we only have 2 lakes in New Mexico that have tiger muskies. So it's also, you know, and we have some, you know, anglers who are, that's kind of their big thing. So that's just another thing to think about too, as well as Kamado is just one of 2 lakes that have tiger muskies.
Art Palmer, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering how popular was Kamado, you know, when everything was working fine? I imagine Lake Roberts is pretty popular given its location, but what about Kamado?
I think Kamado is very popular when it comes to tiger muskies. I think that's it's an attraction for that lake and might maybe have more.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Gardner, who used to be our warm water fish supervisor out of this office, we happened to run into him this morning here. He just told me he spent last week out at Kamado. It's really well used. We've been fortunate because we've had 2 years here with better water. And while the goldfish are really starting to roar back, we're still in kind of a sweet spot. The fishing's been good. It's grown big trout. So it gets a lot of use and it's really popular. And again, it's just in a part of the state that doesn't have a lot of other opportunity for any kind of angling, particularly trout. So.
Just a comment, when I first read this, I went online to look up solar bees. And I guess they are used, sounded like a lot in the east they bought them to reduce algae growth for municipal water sources like ponds and reservoirs. And there were a lot of, I'd say at least half of the entries I read claimed they didn't work for that they don't control algae growth, which is what you all said. So, another personal observation, I think they use these on the Warner Lakes up in northeast Utah. There are reservoirs that are drainage near Flaming Gorge Reservoir. And they have at least one of those reservoirs with a unit like these to keep it from freezing over in the wintertime, keeping it oxygenated so it doesn't do winter kill. That seems to work.
We use these as well in Bear Canyon, which is a department-owned property, and other sportfish program manager Eric Fry likes to say, you know, he's not 100% sure from a limnological theory perspective exactly why they work, but there's real proof in the pudding that when they're functioning in Bear Canyon and in Kamado and in Lake Roberts, we don't have fish kills, and when they're not, the risk goes up, particularly if, you know, we have a poor water year and high temperatures. We often do, and
So oxygenation, yes, algae, maybe not.
yeah, it's interesting because they're not exactly an aerator, but they are moving water from close to the thermocline, the cool water layer, bringing it up to the surface and distributing it across the top of the thermocline. And then they seem to have been, by our experience, very effective at preventing fish kills.
So Mike, one question on that. So the 2 per lake seems to be sufficient to achieve the results you need.
There's the company will give you a formula. Lake Roberts is bigger, and I believe, Jerry can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they prescribed 3 there. And we were only able to acquire 2, but that seems to have been sufficient. Now, with every lake being, it is bigger, it's deeper, and it is a different system, so. It seems like even in Kamado, when one is functional, it's keeping it going. So, maybe it would stay that way with one, but obviously if we only have one in operation, as soon as that one goes down, then, we're in trouble. And 2 is something of a backup. In our ideal situation, we would have even a backup to those two, because we have had these situations where we've lost both, and it would be great to have one somewhere that we could quickly move into place.
So they just tethered to an anchor? How are those installed?
Yeah, they're just anchored, big anchor, and that's part of the whole, my understanding, I've never seen it, but when the company comes, they bring a big barge boat with kind of a lift on it so that they can pick that thing up. It's not, as Jerry mentioned, one moved, and it's probably because it got out in deeper water and then drifted, but it sounds like it's no small task to try to get them back in place, not something we're equipped to do. And we have some pretty big equipment now with the Habitat project we've done on lakes, but it's I don't think it takes some equipment to accomplish that safely.
Do we know how much downtime they've had on on the lakes? You know, like, do they break often, or do they stop working often? How much downtime have we had on them?
Jerry, you're through it longer. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Pretty minimal. I mean, they're pretty simple machines. Direct drive motor, solar powered. You know, our biggest thing early on, we had some vandalism where people thought it was cool to shoot the solar panels or the electronics box. And really, other than that, there hasn't been a whole lot of downtime. Now, the one at Quamato Lake that we know is not working, that's over against the shore, it's been there for a couple of years. I say where they set that thing up, and that's, I mean, the company prescribes where they go. They set it on a ridge in the lake, and a windstorm blew it off, and like Mike said, it was in deeper water then, so the anchor wasn't touching ground, and it moved it over to the shore. So you know, minimal downtime, and in reality, maintenance, you know, I don't know about the newer units, but really maintenance has been minimal over the almost 20 years that they've been in the lake.
And as I mentioned, we're to a point in fisheries where we see it as a worthwhile investment to try to enter into a long-term. We can do 4 years at a time of maintenance contracts with the company, and that's the direction that we intend to go. It's just important to these fisheries to have them, and so that trying to get in a position where we have the equipment that we can maintain and we'll tackle that longer term maintenance cost. And as Jerry mentioned, I think, you know, as long as they don't get damaged, you know, most of it is just having somebody come out and look at them, do whatever greasing or, you know, other routine maintenance stuff, make sure the solar panels are producing the electricity and the batteries are still good. So we don't expect huge cost.
Yeah, and Mike was correct. At the time we put them on Lake Roberts, they prescribed 3. And, you know, we just didn't have the funds to do that. You know, the forest is sure willing to make sure that, you know, if we want to leave one of those current ones on there, if this project moves forward, we can leave one of them on there and have 3. You know, they can be available for Snow Lake as backups, however we need to utilize them, where the forest is agreeable to that.
Any other follow-up or questions on this one? Did you have one?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, well, yeah, thank you all for that one. Any questions about this one? Who would be the primary contacts on fishery side?
Eric Fry.
Okay, so Eric Fry, and then probably Jerry.
It's Jerry or Eileen.
Okay.
She's the fish biologist.
Cool. So our next one, we have a couple of folks, from the Forest Service and then also, the group who put together the designs for Rio Vista Stockfish. We're a little early for that. So as a bribe, we have some food and refreshments for you guys, some sandwiches and stuff. So I'd like to suggest that we take about a 30-minute break and we get started at 12:25 and finish up with our last three presentations. Before we do that, I did just want to point out that I just noticed that we do have one of the state game commissioners on, so I just wanted to acknowledge that you're here, Commissioner Pack, and give you a chance to say hello if you'd like, but also just to thank you for being part of today's meeting. So,
Thank you all. Hold on here, I get my camera on. I didn't know you were gonna do that. Anyway, well, thank you all for all your work you're doing. It's very nice to hear such nice brief statements of what you guys are doing, so good job.
Thank you. All right, so for everyone who's here, we're gonna take about a 30-minute break and we'll start again at 12:25.
We're a little bit ahead, not much. Oh.
For the department.
All right, everyone, so we're gonna start getting this back on track to finish up our last three presentations here. We'll have a few minutes to kind of get to their seats. So we have three presentations left this afternoon. The first of those is gonna be the Rio de los Vacas. To help with that, I'll be giving the presentation, but we do have Michael Kiesau with the Santa Fe National Forest. We also have Reed Whittlesey with Rio Grande Return, who the Department of Game and Fish contracted to come up with the designs that you saw as part of the package. So do you guys just want to briefly introduce yourselves?
Go for it, Reed. Okay. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Reed Whittlesey. I'm the Restoration Program Director with Rio Grande Return.
And I'm Mike Akiso. I'm the Soil and Watershed Program Manager on the Santa Fe National Forest.
All right. Thanks, guys, for being here and for adjusting your schedules. We ran a little early today, so appreciate you guys being able to accommodate to be here early. So anyhow, this project kind of came to fruition just by all the cards kind of lining up. A few years ago at a Citizen Advisory Committee meeting at the Habitat Sand Program, this watershed was brought up as an area of interest for potential future projects and future potential restoration activities by the Citizen Advisory Committee. We got in contact with Santa Fe National Forest and also started talking with Rio Grande Return about interest in trying to develop something out here. And as it happened, Santa Fe National Forest had a lot of interest there, and Rio Grande Return had a lot of history in assessing and working in this watershed. So it took a few years to kind of get all the compliance pieces sort of put together. But we're at a point now where I think that we're going to be ready to implement potentially this fall. And so this is a great point for Habitat Sand Program funds to be considered to go towards this project and for this current Citizen Advisory Committee to evaluate it. So the main challenge here is that we have a lot of channel incision and stream disconnect from natural floodplain, and this is through a function of historical land management and activities that took place. So whether that's overgrazing, or other activities, like, removal of beavers, all sorts of things that, really just set this watershed on a trajectory outside of like this natural sort of functionality. So all of these streams are highly degraded. There's many miles that are incised and disconnected. No woody vegetation really to speak of. There's not really any beaver population that's left, but there's lots of opportunity to correct all of that. Like, one of the things about systems like these is that a good, well thought out and well implemented projects can have really immediate results, and you can see response from that quite quickly. So just to show a couple of photos as an example, incised channels, you can see how deep those cuts are. There's no woody vegetation really to speak of in that top photo. And the same with that second photo down, it's just really cut in, and like, you think about like a flooding event, it's like a knife, like continuing to cut down. And it's not really like getting out, spreading water across, resulting in the water table ultimately lowering, temperatures of the streams increasing because there's no shading, all sorts of problems like that. So just to give like an overview of the whole watershed, the pink squares that you kind of see in the middle portion along the Rio de los Vacas are where the efforts will be focused for phase 1 and phase 2. But the whole watershed is sort of shown here to give you perspective on what the system actually looks like and functionality. But keep in mind that all of these northern portions, so Clear Creek, Rio de Palmas, American Creek, Rock Creek, Rio Pegasus Negras, Rio Cafe, all of these either have work occurring now or very recently or near in the future. So what's being presented to you all is one piece of that, but this is part of a larger watershed restoration activity. And Micah and Reed can speak on that a little bit later, once we get into the Q&A, if we have any questions about this. But realistically, like, we want you to understand that we're only presenting to you like one piece of this restoration activity. The strategy is really process-based restoration, so utilizing things such as beaver dam analogs, post-assisted block structures, large woody debris structures, and then plantings, so willows, cottonwood, aspens. Enclosure fencing is also going to be a big part of this, just to protect all those plantings and also these areas where we're installing these structures to keep any grazing pressure off of them and give them a chance to establish. And then there's also going to be a potential for pipe rail fencing component as well. There's a few places where there's actually, pastures that are not part of the grazing permit. Where it might make sense to put something up a little bit more permanent, like a pipe rail, so that's being evaluated as part of this. All these activities are pretty expensive, and so identifying funds is issue. So again, this is all about process-based restoration. The idea is with all these structures is to slow water flow and really utilize the water's power and energy to do the restoration for you. So we want to trap sediment. We want to trap the debris that are coming down, but the idea is also that these structures fail over time. And so all of that sediment that's stored then breaks and flows down to the next one, and then you get like these pulses, like where it just keeps building and cycling down through the system. Throughout the course of this, you're gonna have water table raise, you're gonna have stream temperatures cool, you're gonna have a better shading effect from all the plantings that take place that are protected from these enclosure fences. And it's gonna result in what we see as being a benefit for both fish and wildlife. Like, this is a project that we really see as being both. Like, we don't necessarily see this as like a fish project or wildlife, we think it's both. And also as a component of that, so all the materials that will be harvested for these structures, so all the wood that will be harvested is gonna be part of a wildlife and fuel-based treatment in this watershed. That'll be part of like future burn block strategies, all of that. So we're really trying to take more of a holistic approach with this project. This is just like a keyed in look at one part of that design package that was part of this PDF that's on the website for you all to look at. So Rio Grande Return put this together, and this is just looking at one small piece, but you can kind of see the watershed being cut into this one set of disconnected floodplains, and where the structures are gonna go, what structures are gonna be there. Looking at the zone of flooding, all that. So just really trying to give you an idea of like the level of thought and design that went into this project. Also, as an overview, this project is not the whole entirety of the Rio de los Montes project. It's not gonna be accomplished in 1 or 2 years. This is 4 or 5 years of just implementation, and then there's gonna be a monitoring and maintenance and kind of a going back and making sure that, what we did is holding up and is doing what we wanted. And each phase of this is gonna be a complement to what was done before. So these first 2 phases are gonna have an impact on the system that's gonna influence phases 3, 4, and 5. So we can't come out and say that we have a final design for phase 3 today, because we need to see what happens after these first 2 phases and build off of that, make sure that we're taking the right measured approach and right management actions. This proposal that's in front of you is really to secure funding for the first 2 to 2.5 years of this effort. Phase 1 and phase 2, if you will. And also like just, to kind of go back to what I was mentioning before, so for, future, approaches on like the whole watershed, we're gonna have things occurring in adjacent tributaries and tributaries that feed into the Rio de los Montes. It's all gonna be looked at, and it's all gonna be part of a larger restoration effort. We're just talking to you all and trying to identify funding for this piece of it. And just as a desired outcome, so, to the lower left of this photo is sort of a completely inundated or buried beaver dam analog. And this is sort of like an ideal result. Like, so these were only installed, Reed, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 2 to 3 years ago maximum. And in a short time frame and with a lot of runoff activity, it really filled in and pulled up quickly. And so like this is sort of like the first stage of this restoration effort. And the next couple of years, you're going to see more woody vegetation recruitment, especially because this one is enclosed as well. You can barely make it out, but kind of along like those white sort of fluffy edges on the left, upper left portion of the photo. There's an enclosure fence that goes along there, shoots up and then comes back around. And I think that the enclosure fences are pretty important for this restoration strategy because it helps control not just cattle presence, but also ungulate presence, like especially after we plant stuff, like just to make sure they're not getting any heavy browse that's basically negating the positive benefits that can come from those activities. So just a summary, the first two phases, and this is an estimate, it's gonna cost approximately $1.2 million. The work can start this fall. And the way it breaks down is, you know, in terms of like the three major categories of this restoration, is the fencing would be about $250,000, plantings about $250,000, and then the in-stream structures is the biggest and most expensive part at $700,000. So with that, you know, Micah, Reed, if you want to add anything at this time, please feel free to jump in.
Sure, this is Micah. I can add just a few things on the landscape as a whole. Part of this landscape is a part of the Rio Chama Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Project. You know, that spans the Santa Fe and Carson National Forests, as well as 2 forests in Colorado. And there's 5 watersheds of which these project areas are a part of that are called their focal areas. And within those focal areas, we're really putting a lot of effort into these areas to develop watershed restoration action plans that'll kind of guide future restoration work, including this riparian restoration. And so this is part of a bigger collaborative. You know, Game and Fish as a potential partner and funder, Rio Grande Return. We also have the Forest Stewards Guild and National Forest Foundation as part of this larger effort across the forest. So just want to put that context in place as well.
Yeah, that's a good one to add in. Thanks, Micah. How about you, Reed? Did we nail it, or do you have anything you want to add in?
Yeah, I think that was a good overview, Danny. I'm happy to answer any specific questions about the design process or to speak to some of the outcomes that we've observed on similar projects. But I think you did a good job of providing an overview for this.
I see that Jeff Arterburn has his hand up. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks. I just was wondering about the fishery. Is it a non-native trout fishery, or any comments on that?
I don't think that this is
Brown trout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brown trout.
Yeah. So no chance of Rio Grande cutthroat trout reintroduction there.
I mean, I guess not currently. I mean, I can't really speak to future plans. I mean, I guess if this became a super awesome spot that fisheries wanted to do that, they could maybe in the future make that decision, but like.
Oh, Jeff knows better. There's always a chance, Jeff. We might get there, but it's not a place that we currently have plans for.
But there, Rio Grande cutthroat in the headwater streams in San Pedro Parks and the upper tributaries.
There's actually in the barrier conversation, there's a barrier on this stream that is not fully functional, that we have a feasibility analysis for that. Remember when I talked about YY brown trout, this creek is on the list of places that would be a very good potential use of that as a resource when we get it developed.
Yeah, and I guess over the course of producing the design, I walked the entire stream length within the phase 1 and phase 2 footprint, and I saw, I think, 4 trout. The habitat currently is really degraded, and more frequently than not has been intermittently going dry in the summer. And so I think the proposed work will really help to reverse that trend and provide more deep water habitat, as well as a lot more groundwater storage and increasing the perennial base flow rates. So at least from my observations, it's currently a pretty poor fishery. There were a lot of Rio Grande suckers and chubs. So it is supporting native fish, but not necessarily the target species for a sport fishery. But I think through the work, I would imagine that the fishery quality will be significantly increased over time.
Yeah, and there's a native species component with Rio Grande chub and sucker that is important here. I mean, to discount that in any way. So,
Can I make a couple of comments? That drainage, the Bacchus drains most of San Pedro Park, which gets lots of snow in the winter. So during runoff, most of the runoff that goes to the Guadalupe, the Bacchus runs into the Guadalupe at Porter's Landing. And it's the major tributary to the Guadalupe during runoff, which in turn goes into the Jemez, which is, there's a private acequia, the Jemez Pueblo, the Zia, and I think Santa Ana all get water that starts up there. So it's got a pretty wide drainage where the water is important. The Bacchus does, where it goes into the Guadalupe, most midsummers, it's dry. There's no flow there. But, you know, it starts with lots of water in San Pedro Park, so it needs that storage. I and Mexico Trout, we've done volunteer projects on there for at least 15 years, maybe longer, starting with Bill Zedike, posting veins and rock structures and whatever. It's got a lot of potential, but just like Reed said, it needs a lot of work. But it could be really a super, I think it could be a super trout fishery if it had the water that starts up in San Pedro Park. So it's Art.
Art, yeah, go ahead, Art.
Okay, I may have missed something. I lost my internet connection for a while, but there's the lower section of this is very similar in appearance and probably condition to the Rio Cebolla meadow that Mexico Trout and Trout Unlimited worked with the forest folks on several years ago, putting in BDAs, and there was fencing for the meadow mouse and also willow plantings. I was wondering if the forest has assessed those areas in terms of how successful that work was, and you know, kind of the time frame. It's probably been at least 5 years since we actually did any work in there. So it'd be interesting to get an update on that, and kind of we can use that to transfer and educate what's going on over here.
Hey, Art, thanks for that question. Yeah, so we have done some reassessments on that project area. Currently, we do have some additional funding to get back in for a second entry near the lower section to kind of do a redesign on some of those BDAs and look at some different opportunities for some large woody debris recruitment. The upper section in the larger wetland area, I would say those structures are functioning very well, and that whole area looks really good. You know, Lake Fork Canyon, we're also looking at getting back in there and doing a second entry and a reassessment. Working with the National Forest Foundation right now to select a contractor to do some of that work. So I think, as Danny put it, you know, with all of this work, it is not thinking of it as a one and done. We're really thinking about this as multiple entries, and not necessarily maintenance, but seeing how the systems respond and then building off of that. Not about the years, but about the high flow events. That's going to show success.
I've got a question, just probably for Micah, as far as, where are the permittees involvement with this thing? Is this, something they're being forced on or something they're cooperating with? Having worked with the Forest Service in southern New Mexico, we went through some extremely challenging trying to do this kind of work against litigation. So I'm just curious where you are with that and that important piece of that whole puzzle.
Super important piece. Yeah. So the red top allotment, which incorporates this part of the Bacchus and to the west, you know, I've been in communications with that permittee for the last couple of years, you know, talking about this project and also developing upland waters to the west. His allotment is the Forest Service land into the BLM into his private property. And so kind of again, as that watershed wide look, we're not just looking at the riparian areas, but also the other, you know, concerns that may affect those riparian areas. So working with him, hopefully developing a plan and a future project to develop upland waters that would benefit this project as well. Again, ongoing conversations. We do have some conceptual plans for those upland waters at this point in time and are working to like through the NEPA process, more or less. I wouldn't say any, oh, go for it.
You do have some initial buy-in and some willingness to cooperate.
We do, yes. And we do have that from the district ranger and the range program as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We just have to find some middle jumping.
All right, any other questions about the Rio de los Vacas or comments?
So you've got the first two phases. Could they be phased in as well? Because it's quite a big price tag given the amount.
Well,
of
this
money
is
that's
over, this would be
available
over
right
2.5 years. So like, we're really saying like these first two phases, it's like, that's the time frame it's gonna be implemented. And so when we were putting this together and thinking about this presentation with you all, we were thinking that it would be more effective from our perspective if we just went after the first 2.5 years, since funding is good for that long, versus doing 1 year and then coming back next year and asking for the other half. So that's kind of why we presented it this way, because next year we wouldn't be coming to you all with this project if this was prioritized.
So it's a multi-year project.
Yes, yeah, this isn't for just this calendar year, like this would be,
Yeah.
you wouldn't see this project again next year.
But didn't I hear you earlier, it was about $3 million?
Yes.
Okay, so this would take a third of that.
Yeah.
If we prioritize this.
Mhm.
So would which piece being the first priority part, getting exposure fencing in or?
Well, the first thing
What does that look
would
like?
be, so Reed, you could probably speak to this, but usually the way I've seen that this, it carries out is the structures are installed first. And then the enclosure fencing is built and then there's plantings within. Or sometimes I've seen it, if they can build the fence fast enough, they'll do the plantings and then the fence, but usually they don't want the fences to be exposed. And then they try to do the structures before the fences just because of the equipment access.
Yeah, that's correct. And the structures can help influence the water table and hydrograph that can allow for plantings to take place farther out on the historic floodplain. And increasing that water table can really help accelerate the growth rates of the planted material, as well as like pre-existing willow and cottonwood and alder. And so the structures are kind of the first component, and are really the kind of the important piece in changing the hydrograph to accomplish the project goals.
The enclosures that you would do, are we talking, 4-strand, or are we talking something else? Which brings the permitting thing in importance, because the 4-strand fence will work for the most part, but we have to have help. We can't just, if the cattle are just gonna go at it too, then everything's gonna make it fail, and then 3-4 years later, we're gonna be coming here going, we need a pipe fence.
Right, well, and I think that, Reed could speak, and Micah could too, but the idea with these enclosures is not a permanent structure. The idea is really just to put them in place long enough for the woody vegetation to establish and be able to, basically tolerate browse. And then they're gonna be removed. So whether that's 6 years, 8 years, or 2 years, it kind of depends on the vegetation response we actually see.
You're talking about 10-foot deer fence.
No, this is all 4-strand.
It's all 4-strand.
Yeah.
So the elk are just gonna jump underneath the willows.
Yeah, the elk are
Problem. It's 4-strand because on the San Antonio, there's Savoya, they're all wire fencing, elk fencing, cattle out.
Yeah, so we've done that in the past, but where we run into, and we could have this discussion, I know that the Forest Service is interested in doing elk fencing there. But where we've run into problems in the past is with the department funding elk fence. If it's temporary, I think that we could kind of navigate around that, but for the purposes of this meeting, we kind of put it together as just 4-strand.
Okay.
But if that was like a holdup and, this CC wasn't interested in the project, if there wasn't gonna be elk fence there, we could probably have a discussion. Mike, you could probably speak to it, but I know that's the Forest Service plan, like they would rather.
Yeah, I can touch on that a little bit. So in San Antonio Creek, we do have elk exclosures, as well as the forest strand, right? And then Upper Rio Saboya, just upstream of the fish hatchery, we're working on a similar setup, to really help, inform some of these discussions you are all having between forest strand and the high, exclosures. I think back to the permittee conversation with all this enclosure fencing, right? That's where they really come into play. We do work with them pretty heavily to site these, to make sure the multiple use can still occur while, implementing this restoration. So on this site specifically, and kind of what I've been seeing across the forest, I think the high fencing would be the most benefit. It might even, we might even achieve our goals quicker that way. But again, on San Antonio Creek in that Upper Rio Saboya section, we've set up kind of this monitoring strategy, to help inform that exact question.
Yeah. We did a project very similar to this on Vermejo, in the upper Vermejo River. And the history of it is that a century of improper grazing by cattle, basically, before Turner bought it, had pretty much denuded the entire valley. And then Turner got rid of all the cattle, and what we had was a lot of elk. And the vegetation still never came back, even though there's 1,000 bison on that. Those bison don't use that valley very much, except periodically. So we went in there and put up several exclosures, but we had to put up 8-foot exclosures. And we put them up, they're 1/4 mile long with a 1/4 mile break between them and another 1/4 mile. And even before we planted, those exclosures had grown waist high willows. There were cottonwoods coming back. It was amazing what the rootstock did. And even after planting, that we added some additional planting in there. And in 4 years, beavers moved in on their own and started building dams. So I guess my point is that if you don't keep all the ungulates out of there, you're setting yourself up for failure, in my opinion. And another point there is that Vermejo, over the last 10 years, has reduced their elk population by about 60%. And now they're seeing growth everywhere along those streams. There is just basically too many ungulates, because those elk really key on that young woody vegetation, especially in the wintertime. And so I would be hesitant to say to do this with a 4-wire fence, because you still have, you can keep all the cattle out of there you want, but you still have a whole lot of very hungry animals in there.
Well, from my perspective, I mean, it's a lot easier in my seat to navigate that with y'all's support.
Yeah, well, what I'd say is,
We got the message.
I could set up a field trip, which we can't all go to, but we can go and look at this, but it was totally amazing. And they're willing, I talked to them, they're willing to give their kind of information, but where we didn't have the fence, it didn't make any difference. I mean, it had to be an 8-foot fence.
Well, I mean, I can speak for Micah and Reed, and both of them have been advocates for the idea of the fence. But given what I'm hearing, and it seemed to be hearing consensus on it, like that would be easy and simple. I mean, the footprints aren't there, like we're just changing the type of fence and it's temporary, so.
All right, well, this fence is all temporary. You do a 1/4 mile and then you skip a 1/4 mile and do a 1/4 mile, or however long you want. And then you leave the ends in and you can pull the whole fence up and fill in the sides and leave, once you have a very good amount of vegetation there, and then you fill in the next. And over 15 or 20 years, you've actually gone all the way upstream. And it's a little more expensive at first, and maybe some touchy about whether you're keeping elk out, but and you don't, well, they're not worried about fishermen here, but there we had gates for the fishermen, gates for if we needed to get in there. But I was only there was there 8 years, and in 5 years, it was amazing. It completely changed that whole watershed, so.
Well, the same thing is on the San Antonio, just downstream of the Vice Caldera boundary. They're like jungles inside those exposures. And like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that stretch from the hot spring to the Caldera boundary was a desert with the little ditch running through it.
Success is what we want.
And just one last thing, so Jimmy, just, for the point you're making as far as funding, like, the way that funding works in terms of priorities, so like, there is a scenario where you have higher priority projects that are above this one, and this one is sort of like on that line where funding's gonna run out. You know what I mean? To where like it's only partially funded, and so that's like another way to potentially navigate it. If like the 1.2 million is too high, and you don't want to see that much of the budget go towards just this one project, that's another way that you could think about it.
So partial funding of a project effectively.
Yeah, because like if we get to a point, and so like this goes with any project, like whether it's this one or any other. Like if we have, say, for example, at the end of prioritization, we have 5 projects that are gonna get full funding, whatever that 6th one is sort of the catcher's mitt when whatever's left. May not be enough to actually do the project, in which case that project doesn't happen and it goes on down the line. Until we find somewhere that's acceptable for the project.
But any projects that don't get funded, they can still come back.
Yeah.
And try again next year.
Yeah.
And this could be. If it's gonna take more than 4 or 5 years, it's still okay because the funding. It's open-ended on the end if you didn't have it funded. Is that correct?
Well, so in your scenario, do you mean if it was prioritized this year or?
Well, if you prioritize portions, like, for example, the fencing now and the in-stream structures. Maybe partially now and then more later, or
No, I
does it
think,
all have to be a whole shotgun approach?
I think that like for each of the phases here, like it's important to have all 3 components done for that phase at that time. So the actual structure is being put in, in safety basically with the plantings and the fencing being put around it and just continue from there.
But mightn't the length be adjustable? Because I'm looking at this, there's a whole, this restoration overview. And you could start at the top upstream and do whatever you had. And that would be complete because it had all 3 components.
Yeah.
Then next funding, start there. At the
Yeah.
bottom or downstream,
So-
because this is,
A way you could look at it is like if we only wanted to prioritize for the first phase of this project, you could cut this budget in half. Like each one of the phases are gonna be approximately the same because the scale is the same for each one of these phases, at least initially.
okay,
So if you're only interested in funding phase 1, so basically this year's work, that would be about $600,000.
well, what I personally am a little bit trying to get at is, I think this is a high priority for me personally. I'd like to see it done, but I wouldn't want to see it killed just because the amount is too great.
Sure.
Well, that's what I would be concerned about. So work around so we can do this important project and not just be able to funding maximum.
Yep.
I think the scale of this project is perfect. It's exactly what it needs. Everything about it is important in that area because it's an area that many people that pay for these habitat stamps use that whole area, and to see it only a little tiny bit at a time, it could be the amount of time and years and years and years is like, it's so slow that I'd like to see it make, I like the way it's set up to where we're taking a chunk, we're making a stretch, cause that stretch is really bad, the whole stretch. And it needs it, the whole thing.
I see Art has his hand up. Might just be, Art, are you there? Did you have something you wanted to add? I think you're muted.
I I just left that on. I've been having some internet issues, so.
Yeah, no problem. Well, we've been on this one for a little while, so yeah, any other questions on this one? You know, again, with all these projects, you all have a lot to think about these, so you reach out to project proponents. In this case, it would be myself, Caitlin, and Micah, with any questions you have, like trying to better understand the scope, scale, how it fits, and be better informed on how you want to prioritize it.
One other question, is there any meadow jumping mouse habitat?
There was one found, in the project area.
Is that enough?
Well, yeah, I mean, inevitably, like you look at this project, like over the course of everything, I mean, it should, you know, if it is executed appropriately, improve meadow jumping mouse habitat.
So
like you would expect.
that's a major benefit.
Sure, well, I mean, with everything within that watershed, I mean, it's really looking at the benefit of all fish, wildlife that are.
Right, but we've got an endangered species there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that the cost of doing high fence compared to the forest strand, it would be interesting to know.
It's not a huge difference. I mean, so it's a bit more, but, in terms of like the whole scale of the project, it would be pretty negligible. Yeah, I don't think that we need to adjust the budget at all. I think the scale will work.
Just do a little less of it.
Like ours was $5 a foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, from the size of the enclosures compared with like the cost of instrument structures and plantings, I think it would be pretty negligible difference. So again, like, yeah, if you all wanted to think about just the first phase, about 600,000, the two phases, over the course of 2.5 years, about 1.2 million. So with that, unless there's anything else?
Is it true that this year we have significantly more funding than the average year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have 3 million this year, and then projection, we won't know until after the legislative cycle next year, but projection is we'll have about 2 million next year. Not exactly sure, and we won't know until.
And that's just to bring it up because it played a little bit of a role in, you know, seeing if maybe this would be a good opportunity to try to fund more of that project. But also just something to think about generally as you're prioritizing things that we might be in a little bit of a sweeter spot this year.
It's always in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
How far do we spread this, and when you're weighing these two and it's gonna run out, how do you figure out?
The one thing I will say is that the first two phases of this would be such an anchor point for the future work in this watershed. I mean, it would be a huge deal if we could.
Correct. It's a good project.
So what is the difference in the funding this year versus next year? Why do you get such a sweet spot?
Well, so one is that, so after the stamp price was increased from 5 to 10, it took a few years of legislative cycles to catch up, you know, to where we could increase the budget we were asking for. Over that time, the budget was growing, you know, disproportionately to what we were spending. And so this year, we're trying to spend much more than what we're anticipated to spend on an annual basis to catch up a little bit. We're probably gonna, you know, maybe have to reevaluate that 2 or 3 years down the road, you know, look at what stamps are coming in versus what we've been spending. But for right now, it seems like what we're gonna do, 3 million this year, next year we'll try 2 and see how that balances out. Okay, so with that, we will move on to the next presentation. And so we'll have the Soda Springs project. And I think I saw. I'll go ahead and unmute him now. So yeah, we'll have Brock give this presentation.
All right, so the Soda Spring project is hopefully going to be a pipe rail fence out in the Cebolleta, little get to Rio Rancho and go north on 550 and then west on 279. And it's Rio Puerto BLM. The partner I've been working on this with is Isidro out of that office in Albuquerque. And we can go to the next slide. It's currently a riparian exclusive barbed wire fence and encompasses about 100 acres where a earthen dam, a dirt tank, and a natural spring. But it's kind of in the middle of a couple of allotments, I believe. And there's an intense amount of pressure from livestock and wild ungulates on this barbed wire riparian exposure fence. That is pretty much impossible to keep up with maintenance wise. And so you end up with a damaged fence, livestock trespass, that creates erosion problems, invasive plants get established. They start to wreak havoc on the natural riparian vegetation, and then that creates more bared ground and erosion. The area is used for drinking and forage by elk, pronghorn, and deer. And it actually has the potential, which is relatively unique for this dryland system, to hold more than 30 acres, hold more than 8.5 acre feet in wet years. And so you even get some waterfowl hunters here and waterfowl utilizing this area in the fall. So we go to the next. But like I said, the fence experiences a lot of pressure and is an old fence. So it is not possible to keep a barbed wire fence with this amount of pressure and this remote of an area functioning as a riparian exposure. And like I said, you can see the cow trails that are pinched at those spots where the fence is the worst, and you can see the tamarisk or salt cedar beginning to establish in there. So that's kind of the problem that this area is facing. It's also it's a rare natural water on this landscape. So it is quite important for wildlife in this area. And if we go on to the next. So what our proposed actions is to replace that 9,500 feet of barbed wire fence with a steel pipe and cable exclosure fence. We've used these in the past and they require little to no maintenance to maintain, which means that they'll continue to function. For example, one that was put in 5 years ago, that is a much larger 6 mile one of this, is going to get its first like routine maintenance 5 years later. And that's just some tightening of cable here and a little raising of correcting for erosion and sedimentation in other places. So that's kind of the first phase of this, is to get that exclosure functioning. And then within the exclosure, invasive plant removal and control. So it's the salt cedar, Russian olive, and other invasive plants listed by BLM are mechanically and chemically removed. Slash from that can then be dried and used potentially to help control erosion, where down cutting is starting to happen in this kind of wet riparian area. And then it's a third little end to it, seeding and native revegetation with pole planting or container planting and seeding to start to get that vegetation going back and creating much better forage for the wildlife that utilize it, and to stabilize the shores of the tank and prevent future erosion from getting worse. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for this. Low tech potential for low tech process-based erosion control in and around the spring, in the outflow and inflows where the water enters that tank. The cattle guards were added to the NEPA, so the gates and cattle guards will be maintained and replaced so that they function. And then just depending on how the area is responding to the treatments, continued invasive plant removal and treatment. So the NEPA is signed for this, the compliance is ready, so we consider this project shovel ready to go. and, estimating a budget around $315,000 for all of the work. The fence removal and, planting. And Isidro, please feel free to jump in with anything that I, left off or need correcting on.
No, I think you did a great job. Again, this fence was put in around the 50s, and so it's pretty old fence, and it's kind of been in disrepair for a while. And so trying to get this reestablished as, you know, a seed bank and a potential natural water source besides the Rio Puerco, it would be a really great benefit to wildlife and recreation opportunities.
And you had said the allotment users, you've gotten a lot of buy-in from them. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so we do have, so this is on, we have, it falls within one allotment, and we have buy-in from the permittee. We are gonna actually, we come to an agreement where we're gonna develop an existing artesian well further south, or further to the east, southeast. And so that way we shouldn't have any issues of competing water sources for cattle or any malintent on the fence.
Excellent, yeah, and with that, I am open for questions.
Any questions or comments about this one, online or in person?
Yeah, did you say this has been exclosed since the 1950s, or did I hear that wrong?
Correct. So the fence, most of the fence has been there since the 50s. The cattle guards have been there since the 50s. Yeah, so that's when it was originally been when it was constructed, but since then it has been updated or renovated in some portions, but there's some portions that are still very they're not in great shape.
So it has been excluded from livestock grazing theoretically for a long period of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is the cattle guard? Is that so people can drive into the?
Yeah, so if we go back to that first map, I think it's on the third slide. You see that road that goes from the southwest portion
goes
to
through
the
it.
east?
Okay.
Yeah, that road is an access road to a Pueblo land, tribal land on the east side.
So you need to leave that open. Okay.
Yeah. But Isidro, there were gates being installed on those, on the road, yes?
Correct. So there'll be the cattle guards, and then there will be gates adjacent to the cattle guards. And then we're gonna also put one on the northern end, and I believe the southern end, just in case we do get any trespass cattle in there, that we can run them out, or if we need to get some equipment in there for the erosion control or what have you. But we do have planned a couple gates that we can use for maintenance use.
Okay, another question. It's Soda Spring. Is this a mineral spring? Is this got minerals in it? Is that where the soda comes from? Or what's water quality?
The water quality, so as far as, I'm not too familiar with the origins of the name. I know there is some salinity in the area, but as far as water quality, I don't have that information to really speak to that. But below, so we have the reservoir, and right below the reservoir is where the spring is, and we have a nice wet riparian area in there, but it's just kind of a losing battle with everything going on.
Anecdotally, as far as mineral content, it's not, you don't see the salt deposits on it when the water level drops like you do in some places in the state.
Okay.
And just for
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just wanted to say this is located in the Cabazon vicinity off of 550, kind of going south from Cuba, New Mexico.
Well, one of your slides shows Cabazon in the distance.
Is there any cattle issues coming from the reservation?
Not that we've experienced. That fence is actually a pretty new fence as far as on the exclosure portion. But we haven't had any really issues from tribal coming over.
And it's 4-strand,
Correct.
so it has to be pipe fence, you couldn't put an, updated, well-built 4-strand and it be effective?
I think it could be effective. The issue is since this fence is so old, it would pretty much require a whole new rebuild. And then our office, we're also short-staffed and funding has been an issue. So trying to keep up with all of our exclosures within our 1 million acres of land that we manage is we're trying to prioritize these areas that were really beneficial. And if we can get a structurally sound structure around it, we would, it would take off a load of maintenance on our end so we can focus on more areas.
So quick question on the maintenance. Is this currently being maintained by BLM? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, so it is maintained by BLM, but it's been in disrepair for a while because it needs a lot of work. But we are currently clearing out those cattle guards this year to start, trying to get it back to functioning condition.
Who built the fence in between the reservation and the BLM land?
I'm not sure. I can look into that, but I wouldn't know.
So do we have to replace that one then with a pipe fence? Is that where the plan is?
Yeah, it would be to.
So I got a quick question for you from a CAC standpoint. Can we actually put money in building a boundary fence with Habitat funds?
As long as it's on BLM lands.
Because it looks like it's a boundary right there on the right. Tribal and.
If it's on the Pueblo, then no. We couldn't have Habitat send planes to replace that, but if it's on BLM, then that's not a problem. Any other questions or comments on this one? If not, we'll go to our last presentation. Also be by Brian. Sequoia Canyon. Go ahead.
All right, so this is the Sequoia Canyon Exclosure Project. Sorry if I sound like a broken record on the exclosure projects. But this is if we go to the next one, this is also with Rio Puerto BLM and is going to be in Sequoia Canyon there, west of Albuquerque and south of the interstate, south of 40, kind of nearish to Grants, that area. We'll start off with kind of a brief history of what this area has looked like. The white arrow is where the proposed exclosure will be, and then the surrounding area, these are all treatments that have been done via many entities over the past 2 decades, and they've been very focused on forest restoration with some meadow restoration also, but on the order of over 11,000 acres of restored forest and meadow habitat in this area, which is obviously great for wildlife, great for forage, great for the cover they need. Where the project is proposed is an earthen dam that was originally built as a silt trap, but has ended up functioning as a very large dirt tank that holds water for much of the year. That's that white arrow. This is significant because it's some of the only reliable, consistent water within 5 miles on this landscape. in the middle of all these thousands of acres of restored land. So if we go on to the next. The current exclosure is a 4-strand barbed wire exclosure. And it's, again, very remote and is in disrepair, not keeping, any would-be cattle out of the area, which they're drawn to being some of the only water in the area. However, there's not a lot of cattle presence up there currently. So we're hoping to convert this barbed wire exclosure to a pipe and cable fence exclosure, with the intention of preventing this being a spot where cattle could park, livestock could park, and hammer the wildlife habitat that we've restored in all of the surrounding area. If they were able to do that, that jeopardizes 2 decades of restoration work that to this point has been successful. So if we go on to the next. Here's a little bit more zoomed in of the actual area. You can see the water flows in from the south through the canyon, fills that tank. The black line is the 6,500 feet of exclosure that is proposed. Elk, deer, and turkey utilize this area for water in the surrounding forest for forage and life history. And so putting the pipe fence around this would keep this area itself protected from livestock degradation, but will also protect the surrounding several mile radius from being degraded as well. Here we can see just a couple examples of where the barbed wire's been cut, where the barbed wire's down. This is another relatively old exclosure that is just needs a little life. The way it is right now is not working. Here is kind of a bit of an example of what the fence would look like, or exactly what the fence would look like. And this is from just about 4 or 5 miles up the road towards the mouth of the canyon. You can see the difference in area, the same meadow, the same kind of system, where livestock are excluded and livestock are not excluded. So we have the potential to make the area inside look like how we want it in this Cebolla Canyon exclosure several miles further up. Other potential and continuing work by Rio Puerto BLM is made potential seeding for native and riparian vegetation within the exclosure, low tech process-based erosion structures to prevent down cutting of any wet meadow habitat. And there are currently NGOs working to install these erosion control structures further downstream, so further north into the canyon. And that work is ongoing by them. So some collaboration here and making sure we're doing the most good for the least work, making projects work together. So this is also, the NEPA is completed and it is shovel ready to go. And estimated it to be about $200,000 to remove the old barbed wire fence and construct a pipe rail fence. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
Any questions on this one, either in person or online?
If this is the only water source within, say, a 5-mile radius of whatever, and there's a grazing, it isn't a grazing allotment. Where are the cattle getting their water? It sounds to me like the permittee would really want his cattle to have access to that water.
It's a very good question.
That's like, so about 8 I know these two. This one, like I know a little of the history here. So this was built initially and is not part of range permitting or anything. It's not part of range infrastructure, but it's being utilized because cows are getting in there through the wire strand. It's not part of the permit or anything, and so if there was a pipe rail around it, I mean, it's basically just making it impossible for it to be part of range permit in the future. So right now, if the fence is down, cows can find their way there and they can park right in the middle of all that restoration, where they really shouldn't be allowed to.
Okay,
And
so-
procedurally, you can add to that if I got anything wrong.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out on that last sentence.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say you could add to that if I got anything wrong, but that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
not
think-
part of the range permit or anything, as far as I know.
Correct.
So the permittee has no right to have that water for his cattle.
Correct, and it is currently excluded, except for the fence, you know, again, is unfunctional.
Where the cattle getting water outside, if this other picture is just down the road, and it's heavily graded, where are they going for water?
And there is, I know, in some of the areas, not near here from what I understand, but there is a couple windmills that some cattle troughs in the area. But those ones, they have high cattle use where they're almost like sacrifice zones. And we've noticed that we tend to have less wildlife use when there's high cattle use in those areas. And so we want to remove cattle from this area, and that way we can kind of have a refugia for wildlife.
So the existing fence is old, it hasn't been maintained it hasn't had any maintenance to it, it's just, like, it just got followed and it just went into disrepair, even though it's important.
So from what I understand, so I'm here, this is going on almost 2 years, you know, and from, what I understand, well, prior to me, our office was lacking a biologist probably for the last 5 years, and then pretty much pre-COVID. And so there's been a lot of fences that kind of gone in disarray. But you know, it is a important area that we want to try to protect. And you know, by trying to get this pipe fence in, again, similar to the Soda Springs, like with being short-staffed, there's only one of me currently, and lack of funding, you know, it's hard to keep up on all these exclosures, and it's having these sound structures is the way that our office can try to combat that.
Is there any history of these pipe and cable fences being cut? I mean, I think with an angle grinder, it probably wouldn't take too long, but I'm just thinking about desperate permittees and their poor thirsty cows. Are these fences secure enough?
Yeah, so as Brock mentioned, about 5 miles to the north, we have a pipe fence that was built in, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It encompasses a natural spring, but we haven't had any issues with permittees. And in this area, we also have the permittee is really easy to work with, and we haven't had much issues in this area as far as fence cutting and those things.
I think that's an interesting point to bring up. I mean, it is really an escalating arms race, and so with modern technology and cordless saws and stuff, it's certainly possible that we could see someone go out with an angle grinder and cut their way through, but I think at that point, it's a lot easier to prove, like, not law enforcement or anything, but criminal intent and vandalism, you know, based on the amount of type of damage that's being done.
Harder with barbed wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So pipe fences are gonna be the new norm.
I mean, I think it's
because of cattle, we have to have pipe fences.
I think around some sensitive areas, just dealing with like really man hours unless it's required to keep the wire fences up around those sensitive areas where you get a cattle presence for a very limited amount of time, they do a lot of damage.
There's on the Humphreys Wildlife Area, there's a pipe fence along the highway that's been there for about 25 years. And that was mostly to keep people out in their vehicles and poaching, but it's kept people and livestock out. So they do have probably a better lifespan absolutely have a better lifespan. And all that is a single pipe rail. It doesn't have any wire or anything else, so.
Well, there's just thousands and thousands of miles of forest strand fence that's been up for some places for a lot of years, you know, it's just a matter of will, you know, take care of it or not. I don't really know why it's not a take careable thing and you utilizing it, but
Well, you're right, there has to be a willingness to do it.
yeah.
And a lot of times like exclosure fence, if you don't have a cooperative permittee, they're not gonna do anything to try to make that better.
No, I mean, cause I've seen the barbed wire cut around explode, you know, just our drinkers, you know, and it's cattle trail going in there. You know, or we've been to one area where they cut the metal, you know, it was cut and it was pulled back with a tractor or something. Yeah. And inside the repairing area was just dust bowl. You know, the cattle were just happy as a lark. But, so it can happen either way. Curious though, on the pipe fence, and what's the plan for the runoff areas in and out? You know, cause that's generally an access point or a maintenance point, you know.
Yes, so for the Soda Springs, there's many different water gap designs that are available for use in the NEPA. Kind of a need to get out there with the fencing contractor that is the expert on what the best kind of water gap for the specific area is, and making those work. The water, there's a large spillway on this dam actually blew out a few years ago. I don't know exactly when, but BLM went in and repaired the blowout and made a nice line spillway to prevent erosion. So some kind of water gap, whether it's the swinging ones or the blowout and replace types stuff for use in those, to make sure that it's functional on high flow events.
So BLM will be maintained or monitoring them and fixing them right away and things of that nature.
Joe, do you want to speak to that? I don't want to speak to the BLM.
But yes, and it's a lot easier to fix a 10-foot water gap, if it's barbed wire or if it's a little blowaway, rather than going through and fixing 100 acres every year, multiple 100-acre exposures. It would make it a lot more efficient as far as like, hey, we gotta, we had high flows this winter. Okay, let's go fix this fence. It's on a schedule, and it would be definitely manageable.
Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay, that concludes all the presentations that we have for you today. So the next item that we have here is public comment. So we've got two from what I'm aware. So we have Dave Huff, who's here in person, and we also have Kathy McKim, who's here virtually. So if anyone had anything you wanted to add, we could certainly give you some time to speak. Dave, if you do have something to add, if you wouldn't mind coming up a little closer, that's just so folks can hear you.
You put me on the spot, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume you can.
You all probably figured once I was off the committee, you didn't have to listen to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew your
Just a few comments from listening to the projects today. Some of them I think are absolutely outstanding. Some others not quite as excited about. One comment I made talking to some of the folks on the committee during the breaks, it's a little disappointing, and it seems to be an ongoing trend. The project size seems to be decreasing overall, and I realize the project costs are going up per unit, but at the same time, if we're really going to treat on the landscape, we need to be looking at bigger and bigger projects, and it seems we're going smaller and smaller. It's very noticeable being one of those pyro bios during my career in the fire proposals. Very disappointing. One of the issues I saw it mentioned, I believe, in the Las Vacas project proposal that wasn't really discussed any further, and which I feel is a major issue on the landscape, motorized vehicle access control. In the 3 years I was on the committee, we only had one project come forward. Even Congress, when they passed the Sykes Act statute, considered that so critical, they specifically mentioned it in the act. If you get on Google Earth, in the state of New Mexico, and look at the historic imagery, you're gonna be surprised, or shocked, I should say, at what's going on out there in our landscape. The primary fragmentation factor going on right now is motorized vehicle access routes, both authorized and unauthorized. And that includes the so-called critical areas. Some cases, wilderness steady areas, areas of critical environmental concern, wilderness steady areas, and designated wilderness in some cases. Major issue. I know I live in the Sacramento's, up in the Lincoln National Forest, probably one of the most heavily motorized forests in the state. And it's simply not being addressed at the level it should be. If you notice a lot of these issues, and I know you heard me at last year's prioritization meeting talk about it. Livestock industry and public lands, we're still not doing the job we ought to be doing managing livestock. And we're heavily subsidizing that. Every meeting we come to, we're spending sportsmen's dollars to mitigate damage from domestic livestock. That burden's supposed to be back on permittee. I know the Lincoln does this a little bit, where they actually put the enclosure maintenance back on the permittee who's got the allotment. Doesn't always work. That's where it should be. And you've also heard me in prioritization last year. One of the factors considered is whether the grazing program is contributing funds to these enclosures. Because as far as I'm concerned, they ought to be paying for all of it. I mean, it's their action that's causing the problem. That's one of the reasons I prioritized Marshall lower last year, is because their grading program did not contribute any funding. And the exact comment that we got last year was they considered it a wildlife problem, not a grazing problem. So obviously that sent it to the bottom of my list. One other comment, and then I'll shut up. Existing riparian protection structures that are currently in the program. Extremely disappointed. I mean, we're coming in wanting some new structures fenced, and I'm not saying those aren't good project proposals, but we've got a lot of existing HSP riparian protection structures on the landscape that are in complete disrepair, and some very good riparian areas. No perennial streams, high elevation spring areas, and that kind of stuff. And I really think that those existing structures need to have a higher priority.
Thank you. Looks like Stephanie's got her hand up. Stephanie, do you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up question about the existing riparian structures on the landscape. I completely hear that point and definitely respect that opinion. It goes, it's a little bit surprising. I was anticipating that maintenance wasn't going to be a big priority for this year, so I was hoping to get a little bit of extra detail on that so that we can ensure some of those projects get put forward next year if our field office biologists have an interest in doing that too, because I think everyone's on the same page on that one.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it may have been the March meeting that we had, this was brought up, like, the protection or enhancement of fencing around natural springs is brought up as a priority for us to look at, and so Caitlin could probably speak to this a little bit more. One of the partners that we've been working with on that is the Cibola National Forest, so Andrea Chavez, she's been to a few of our meetings. We're looking at that on the Cibola, but we haven't expanded from there, so it's in the works. It wasn't ready for this year. We're trying.
Just a comment, I don't know if you all are referring to BDAs as far as beaver dam analogs, as far as existing structures, but they're intended to be temporary. So that's part of the design. So in in the Jemez Mountains, I'm not sure, I don't know of any ones that are meant to be permanent, like flow control structures, things like that.
Yeah, I think what Dave, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Dave was specifically referring to was, natural springs that had previously been fenced in some way.
Okay, absolutely.
That's what I'm referring to, protection enclosures.
Okay, yeah, okay. My comments don't refer to that. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and that's partly why I mentioned like, is BLM gonna take care of these pipe exposures when they have runoff and it completely compromise it and lets cattle through? Because I've seen that not being done. And that's why I brought that also. It's like, it's all great, but if people aren't out there looking at them and making sure they're still intact, then we're just sitting here and then, 10 years down the road, we go, well, this place has been completely compromised and the cattle degraded it to it's a dust pit now, and that seems like it's like a repeating circle that we constantly are. We address an issue, it costs us more each time we address it. Every time, it's just a big circle that goes around, be it 10 years or 20 years, either one. You have to have a will to keep it intact. And just building it and then not going back to it and taking care of it because, well, we don't have funds, it's like, and then the area's compromised. And we haven't done what we needed to do. Success. We want to keep the success. We want to be successful in our projects and we want to be successful in its upkeep. And a lot of that falls on the USFS and the BLM to do, and the permittees. I totally agree. The permittees, we're doing a lot of expensive work on behalf of the permittees cattle. I know the ungulates do issues too, but that's not as much as the cattle. I mean, the cattle is the biggest issue, whether anyone wants to admit it or not.
We put a lot of Band-Aids on issues created by cattle grazing.
Yeah, no.
And Band-Aids don't heal wounds, takes time.
Yeah, what we want is the public to be happy with the whole situation where we're putting our money, We're missing partners, the permittees are partners in this regardless. We have a common denominator of a healthy environment, habitat for the cattle too, because the cattle do also a good service on the landscape as well, they have their part, but if we're letting things get degraded so much to where they're not even riparian areas anymore, and now we gotta go up and spend $300,000-$400,000 to cover, to do it, and then to reseed it and things like that. Well, there's already laws in the books for the range biologists and the permittees. They're not supposed to let these areas get like that. There shouldn't be any riparian areas in complete disarray and to where they're not riparian areas anymore. It shouldn't be like. That's what the public has a problem with. We need to be partners so that we're all on board on the same page, trying to make the habitat good. A lot of these riparian areas, we wouldn't even need to do them if they were following the rules in the grazing. I mean, it's black and white. When you go back and start reading rules of grazing and land management and things like that, it's not supposed to get degraded like that. And it's frustrating. That's why the public is frustrated. Oh, you're my rant.
It's a social issue.
Kathy, just before we end the public comment, did you have anything that you wanted to add in, before we get ready to close this up?
No, I'm good. I appreciate it. It was very interesting to listen to everything. Very interesting projects. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. So, just real quickly, while we have everyone together, to talk about, the next meeting we have in August. Previously, the last cycle, the way that we did everything, we had everyone individually rank projects, form similar to this, where you guys came up with your own individual ranks. So you decide, this is my number one, this is my number two, et cetera, all through the end. And then we compiled all of that together you know, into, this sort of larger sheet where everyone could look at each individual's ranking of projects. And we also added, the piece where each of you spoke to the group about why you ranked the projects the way you did. Just to get the conversation started in the August meeting, so we can do a similar approach this time, if that sounds good. If there's any other ideas, we can take that on. This would be a great time to make that decision.
You said you added comments we made, like you're recording this and so you're
Well-
transcribing it or?
No, so, basically, at the end of today's meeting, we're gonna send you all a worksheet. and it's gonna be
Oh, if
basically-
we add comments to the replies, okay.
Yeah, because next month, our next month's
Yes.
meeting, you all will have like your cage match.
Yes.
Where you decide like how this all gets
Okay,
worked
yeah.
out. But it's just to kind of give like a starting point for the negotiation, so you're not all walking into the room with no idea where everyone's coming from. So it's just a way to kind of get you talking.
No,
If that works, you know, we can use that
That's
same.
a good idea, save a lot of time.
Yeah, I watched it last year. I was there for the last one. And it looked like a promising way to do it. That allows some flexibility at the final meeting.
Okay. Well, we'll do it the same, and just know, like, after that meeting, if there's any thoughts on how we might change that, if there's a different process you'd like for us to try, it's your meeting, so we can take that on. For the time being, I had a conversation with Caitlin, and so we will put the sheet out there with the prescribed fire and the connectivity projects as one grouping. During that meeting, if you all want to split that somehow, we can have that conversation. You know, we can talk about a lot of different ways to skin the cat.
Do we, rate them as one single group, or do we make some judgment as to which is wildlife and which are wildlife and which are fisheries?
I would recommend, as far as wildlife fisheries, so that part of it, will indicate next to the projects, like if it's a F for fish or W for wildlife. But again, don't be bound to the 50-50 rule. We're fine right now, and based off of what we have presented in front of you, I don't see any issues, and if during the prioritization process there is one, I'll bring it up.
So we
I
can-
wouldn't let that win.
We can take a global view.
Yeah, just
Okay.
pick your favorite projects and go through that way. I think that's the best thing to do.
Well, to me, some of the projects go right across the boundaries anyway, not just on the Whitewater Creek or some of these other projects, they're gonna have to put the both terrestrial and
Yes.
aquatic wildlife, so.
Okay.
That makes sense. Good process.
Cool. Well, that's my whole spiel for this. I don't know if anyone else has anything that you want to add before we wrap up. But otherwise, I really appreciate everyone's time. It's great to have so many folks here in person today.
Somebody's gonna show us how to fill out the per diem form?
Yes,
Yeah.
Caitlin and I will.
And just the info. That'll help you out.
Okay.
We still get it wrong sometimes.
Yeah, my wife did one for teachers workshop, and she said it was confusing.
GPS or something. Oh, yes, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Mark brought it to my attention. So our intention was just like last year to have a link on these projects where you could click it and then Google Earth would take you to the spot where you could visualize where these projects are. We'll update these presentations on the website with that this week, and we'll send an email out to you guys when that happens.
Okay, that's good.
Cool. Well, if there's no other remarks from folks, we could definitely entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Second. All right, it's been so moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Definitely, the ayes have it. Thank you all, appreciate it. You have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Really good work. Yes, yeah. You want to say? Yeah.